Saan mang panig ng mundo, laging angat ang king. Galing mo at talino,
at pinatunayan mo sa bayanihan pagkakaisa'y makakamtang lahat pangarap mo. Muling buhayin ang alab at ningas ng pag-ibig mo. Iwagayway bandidang sa kisat ng dangal ng tapang at ang galit mo. Ipakita sa mundo ang diwang makabay ang nasa puso't isip mo. Ika'y isang lahing pinagmala ng may kapal. Katatagan at tapang mo'y hinubog ng kasaysayan. Sa katapatan mo, karangalan ang iyong lipi na itatanghal. Kahit saan pa man, taas noo kang hahakbang. Pilipino ka, huwaran ng paglilingkod, sa mundo'y siyang gabay. Kahit na ilang unos ang dumating, anumang pagsubok ay iyong susuhin. Sa pagkakaisa lahat mararating. Sa pagsisikap mo, ika'y magniningning. Ika'y isang lahing pinagpala ng may kapal. Katatagan at tapang mo'y hinubog ng kasaysayan. Sa katapatan mo, karangalan ang iyong lipi na itatanghal. Kahit saan pa man, taas noo kang hahakbang. Pilipino ka, Pilipino ka, Pilipino ka, Pilipino ka, Pilipino ka, huwaran ng paglilingkod. Sa mundo'y siyang
It was about creating value for society, recognizing electronics for our economy, purpose driven. That's who we are, we work with ingenuity for nation building and the ever evolving industry.
Dynamic, globally competitive is our institute. Excellence is what we aim, yes, humanity our root. Professionalism and prestige is our root. For our country and the world, all of us are resolute.
Engineering solutions that have led to many changes. Creativity, intelligence have been our tools for ages.
Marching forward for the country, leading it to progress, making sure that you and me are part of all success. One One organization, our many chapters, our one profession, walking hand in hand in the same direction. With the help of both, we'll do our mission. Organization, our many chapters, our one profession. By our vision, IECEP. Easy East, let's build a nation. And unity and progress and development, camaraderie and ethics, and meaningful engagement. Members have the chance for growth and involvement, new opportunities, inspiring lives moment.
Engineering solutions that have led to many changes. Creativity, intelligence have been our tools for ages.
Marching forward for the country, leading into progress, making sure that you and me are part of all success. One organization, our many chapters, our one profession, walking hand in hand in the same direction. With the help of both, we'll do our mission. One organization, our many chapters, our one profession. We are family, guided by our vision, IECEP. Easy East, let's build a nation. Marching to the future for the next generation, always open to innovation, innovation. One organization, our many chapters, our one profession, walking hand in hand in the same direction. With the help of all, we'll do our mission. One organization, our many chapters, our one profession. We are family, guided by our vision, IECEP. Easy East, let's build a nation. IECEP.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the IECEP Qatar Chapter 5th Technical Webinar 2022 in collaboration with IECEP Tarlac Chapter. I am Ashley Lynn Aison, the IECEP President of the Zambales Student Chapter, and I will be your moderator for today's webinar. Good evening po to IECEP Tarlac and participants from other local chapters, and good afternoon naman po sa mga ka-IECEP natin sa Qatar. We may be at different time zone, but our level of curiosity towards learning is hype na hype. From Philippines to Middle East, we are gathered in one platform. We share the common goal, and that is to uplift the EC industry both locally and internationally. We are also live din po via YouTube, so use the hashtags OneICEP, hashtag MabuhayICEP on your Facebook post or Facebook stories. Also, may I request everyone, our participants, to please change your username with your badge number followed by your first name and last name. This is to verify your attendance into this event. Again, please change your username with your badge number followed by your first name and last name. Thank you. Now may I acknowledge the presence of Sir Enrico Del Moro. Hi, sir. For now, I will present to you the program flow to have an overview of the event. The program will start with an invocation, followed by the Philippine National Anthem, Qatar National Anthem, ISEP hymn, reading of house rules, reminders, and qualifications for e-certificates. Then we will proceed with the introduction of guests of honor, message from the guest of honor, then the awarding of certificate. After that, we will have the introduction of the resource speaker, and at 6:40 p.m. in Philippine time, the webinar proper will start. This will be followed by the Q&A session and awarding of certificate for research speaker. Before the wrap up, we will be having a photo ops and announcement, and the program will end with the closing remarks at 9:55 p.m. I know everyone is looking forward to this event, so let's begin. To formally start the program, let us have a solemn moment for our invocation to be led by Engineer Shara Gail S. Tumamaw, the Board of Director in Technical Affairs of ISAP Tarlac, to be followed by the Philippine National Anthem, Qatar National Anthem, and ISEP hymn.
Good evening, engineers. Let's put ourselves in the holy presence of the Lord. Almighty and loving Father, creator of heaven and earth, we praise you and we adore you. You are the King of kings. We humbly ask your forgiveness for our sins. Have mercy on us, O Lord. We are gathered here today for this technical webinar prepared by our ISEP local and foreign chapters through the support of our ISEP National. Send us your Holy Spirit to be our guide and give us the wisdom to understand every topic that we are going to discuss. Enlighten our minds and let your love be upon us. May this webinar bring success and growth to everyone. Despite of everyone's busy schedules, you gave us provision to make this webinar collaboration happen. We thank you, Father, for this precious time. Call this we pray through your Lord Jesus Christ, our Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God forever. Amen.
Now let us have the Philippine National Anthem and the Qatar National Anthem followed by the ISEP hymn.
Kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, telas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingin, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit mo pagaw, ay hinatang tula, kawin sa pagkayang minamahal.
It was about creating value for society, recognizing electronics for our economy, purpose driven. That's who we are, we work with ingenuity for nation building and the ever evolving industry.
Dynamic, globally competitive is our institute. Excellence is what we aim, yes, humanity a root. Professionalism and prestige is our root. For our country and the world, all of us are resolute.
Engineering solutions that have led to many changes. Creativity, intelligence have been our tools for ages.
Marching forward for the country, leading it to progress, making sure that you and me are part of all success. One organization, our many chapters, our one profession, walking hand in hand in the same direction. With the help above, we'll do our mission. One organization, our many chapters, our one profession. We are family, guided by our vision, IECEP. Easy is let's build a nation. Leadership and unity and progress and development, camaraderie and ethics and meaningful engagement. Members have the chance for growth and involvement, new opportunities, inspiring lives moment. Engineering solutions that have led to many changes. Creativity, intelligence have been our tools for ages. Marching forward for the country, leading it to progress, making sure that you and me are part of all success. One organization, our many chapters, our one profession, walking hand in hand in the
Diba
same
assembly, sir?
direction. With the help above, we'll do our mission. One organization, our many chapters, our one profession. We are family, guided by our vision, IECEP. Easy is let's build a nation. Marching to the future for the next generation, who is open to innovation, innovation. One organization, our many chapters, our one profession, walking hand in hand in the same direction. With the help above, we'll do our mission. One organization, our many chapters, our one profession. We are family, guided by our vision, IECEP. Easy is let's build a nation.
Again, welcome to the IECEP Qatar Chapter 5th Technical Webinar 2022 in collaboration with IECEP Tarlac Chapter. Yes po, 5th technical webinar na tayo. If I am not mistaken, the first technical webinar was last February 2022 and now we are conducting another webinar for the 5th time. Ganun po ka-active ang IECEP Qatar. So to all our participants, stay tuned to the future events of IECEP. With that, I would like to acknowledge the efforts of IECEP Qatar and IECEP Tarlac for organizing and making this event possible. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the member of PRC, BECE, and Engineer Del Moso. Hello po. Today is August 12, 2022, and we are once again collaborating virtually to explore quality management ISO 9001 2015 edition, a practical application to construction and maintenance projects. For sure, everyone can't wait for this presentation, but before we start, the webinar proper, let me discuss first the house rules, reminders, and qualifications for e-certificate for this event. For the house rules, to keep doors open for better communication, greater mutual respect, and greater efficiency, please mute your device audio and turn off your webcam during the presentation. Turn it on only when needed. Second, respect the speakers on the floor. Note that you are allowed to provide questions via the chat mechanism or on the online meeting software. And third, create a discussion or ask questions during a discussion period asked by the speaker related to the topic. Then do not close your session or log out during the seminar. You may leave anytime in between, but your login may not be connected as it may interrupt the system. You can log out after the event finishes. Then while we are waiting for the other participants, you may also drop down your name, location, and simple greetings for everyone at the chat box. And last, don't forget to fill out the attendance and evaluation form later, and the link will be posted on the chat box. You are only qualified for e-certificates if and only if you are registered for the webinar, signed in attendance form, completed 90% of the session, passed the evaluation test, and accomplished the webinar evaluation survey. So the attendance form and the evaluation form and the survey will be sent through the chat box and flash into your screens before this webinar ends. Again, a short question and answer session will be held at the end of the presentation. So if you have any questions for the speaker about the presentation or you have thoughts, please type them into the chat box. Stay still and enjoy the webinar because now we are going to welcome the Head of Government Relations of ISAP Qatar, Engineer Ron A. Villanueva for his opening remarks. Hi, sir.
Yes, good afternoon and good evening sa Pinas. Audible ba?
Yes, sir, it's audible.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Ashley. Before we start, good afternoon and good evening po sa ating lahat. Maya paggatpanapon sa Middle East and maya pabing dyan naman sa Pilipinas. Okay. So sa lahat po ng participants natin, together with our webinar team, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Okay? Sorry, kinakabahan lang. Now, I am pleased to welcome you to our IECEP Qatar 5th Technical Webinar 2022 in collaboration with IECEP Tarlac Chapter with the topic Quality Management System, ISO 9001-2015, a practical application to construction and maintenance projects. Yes, we are live. In this webinar, I want to recognize the presence of our very own IECEP National President, Dr. Michelle D. Lawas. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us with this webinar. And also to the presence of Sir Enrico Del Moro. Thank you, sir, also. And also thanks to our beloved Governor Sang of or Governor Harrison of our IECEP Qatar chapter and Governor of Tarlac, Governor Barbs, for this webinar. And sa lahat po ng ating mga participants, thank you for joining us with this webinar. Okay, to continue, we all understand the quality management system in our daily work area. But in this webinar, we will be more enlightened the importance and usage of quality management in our work in each part of the maintenance or project. Okay, I believe that participating in this webinar, we are in the right place and the right time. So as sa lahat po ng participants natin at lahat ng buo ng webinar, let us together accelerate the exchange of ideas and scaling up of good practices in this topic. So yung mga galing po sa trabaho or sa labas or yung mga nandito sa webinar, wala kayong bang gagawin kundi mag-relax, maupo sa sopa, makinig, at pwede magkape. Thank you so much, and enjoy the webinar. So let's continue with the introduction of our guest of honor. Back to you, Ma'am Ashley.
Thank you so much, Engineer Ron Villanueva, for that powerful opening remarks. Moving right along, let us have Engineer Jigar M. Gaurano, a PECE and the Secretary of IECEP Qatar, to introduce our guest of honor. Sir?
Thank you, Moderator, Miss Ashlyn. I hope that my voice is clear.
Yes, sir, it's clear.
Okay. Again, good afternoon to our participants here in Middle East, and good evening for those who join with us from the Philippines. Magandang gabi po, Sir Enrico Del Moro. Thank you po sa pag-join sa webinar namin in collaboration with IECEP Tarlac. Today, I am privileged to introduce our guest of honor. Hindi ko na pahabain kasi kung babasahin ko lahat ng mga credentials niya, aabutan tayo mamayang gabi. So I will try to summarize the achievements of our guest of honor. She graduated Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering from University of Southeastern Philippines, Davao City in 1997. And the same university, she finished his Master's in Engineering, major in Electronics Engineering. She is also a doctor in engineering, robotic dissertation titled Sensors Fusion and Calibrations of Smartphone Integrated in Avionics Systems Design for a Fixed-Wing Unmanned Aerial Vehicle in Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology. Her specializations are mechatronics, robotics, building management system, telecommunications and communication system design, information technology system design, security and alarm system design, electronic computerized process controls automations system. Our guest of honor is Accrediting Agency of Chartered Colleges and Universities in the Philippines Director. She was also an NDRRMC coordinator in Sargent region. She was a scholar of DUST ERDT. Our guest of honor is the proprietor of Sapphire Technotronics and Engineering Services. She is the current Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs in MSU Jinsan. She is the past governor of IECEP Sargent chapter for 4 years. She is also our IECEP. She was also our IECEP National Vice President for Education and Student Affairs in 2019. She is our 2021 and this 2022 IECEP National President. She is actually my professor back in 5th year level in ECLO subject. Buti na lang hindi pinasa ako ni ma'am, kaya naging engineer ako ngayon. Siya lang yung professor namin na hindi talaga tumatanda. Kung ano siya noon, 23 years ago, pareho pa rin yung mukha niya hanggang ngayon. Sabi pa nila parang nagmana na rin ako sa kanya kasi mukha ko daw parang nasa 20s pa. Makikita nyo naman, di ba? So my dear fellow engineers and friends, a woman of vision, a role model, a woman of distinction and committed to our organization. She makes our IECEP home realize last year. Our guest of honor, Dr. Michelle Dalhoya Lawas, PECE. A virtual of applause, please. Ma'am Michelle.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much, Engineer Jagger. Okay, thank you for that very long introduction, but nevertheless, I like the last part na you are one of my first few students no in my early years in teaching at Davao City. So with that, I would like also to I am also delighted no by the feeling that one of the pillars and one of my former students is also doing the thing that I love most, which is serving the organization and serving IECEP. So yes, I guess that was my second year in teaching. That was 23 years ago. So there, siguro nasa ano na din yun, no? So when I saw Jagger actually in Qatar, when I was invited in 2019 to be the inducting officer and to be the resource speaker in some of the topics na I delivered with the chapter. In fact, nakita ko si Jagger doon, then medyo hindi ko pa siya nakikilala kasi nga that was 23 years ago. But nevertheless, again, I am so delighted, I am so happy seeing all my students doing the right thing, doing the right path, and doing quality management in all their undertakings. So again, thank you for that, and governors from the different chapters, and to all the participants and guests, to our valued members, especially to the collaborating chapters. Of course, IECEP Qatar International, one of the foreign chapters, one of our being a constant help and a constant foreign chapters to the IECEP National, as well as one of the collaborating, the IECEP Tarlac, of course, headed by Governor Meet, Hidad, and of course from and of course from tawag dito, from Qatar, we have Engineer Zhang, we have Governor Zhang, and all of you. And to all the members who are with us, giving their time and effort to be with us this afternoon. So this is a good topic because this is not more on technical, no? Ito yung mga soft skill and soft topics that we need to undertake as a professional and as a leader, because we need the culture of quality and the culture of management, and the culture of documentation. So with that, a universal greetings to one and all, and a pleasant Friday evening dito sa Pilipinas and afternoon sa Qatar. So again, in view of the ongoing developments now in career advancement and in progression, this is really the direction of the IECEP National this time. Aside from the many initiatives that we undertake as an organization, I just want to inform everybody that we try to strengthen. In fact, last night we had a meeting with the BECEs, and but before that, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Sir Rico Del Moro, one of our ECE, a BECE member in the Board of Electronics. So thank you, sir, for being a constant to IECEP and for always prioritizing in the many invitation of IECEP, sir, and of course your continuous support to the organization. So just last night, we had a meeting with the BECE, of course, the chairman and the two members, and some of the former presidents of IECEP, the pillars. In fact, we discussed about how to strengthen our curriculum, the curriculum of the K-12, and the many things that we need to strengthen for the protection of our profession and for the protection of our practice. So I just want to inform everybody na the national along with the BECE are now in tandem in getting things done, because as the national officers and the BECE, we continually do our obligation and our duties and responsibilities for the protection of this organization. So with that, along with the many opportunities and the challenges along the way, but what we are trying to do this time is really to strengthen, and as much as possible, we will not be at par with the other organization in dealing and in protecting our profession. So another thing, we also there are also ongoing developments and initiatives from the national, and we do it silently for this time kasi nga wala kaming mga preemption para hindi ma-preempt yung mga initiative natin. And one of the thing is, of course, we have the annual general membership that will be on November 15 and 17 in the Philippine International Convention Center. So I am expecting the national board, on behalf of them, we are expecting that all of you will come for that meetings of minds and for that collaboration with our stakeholders, and to make good things and friendship in that AGM, and of course to celebrate success through resilience and innovation and some voluntarism and excellence of our organization. So with that, I just want to reiterate that again, we celebrated with so many things and with so many innovation in our organization, just like with some celebration with our disaster resiliency month, the DICT month, and many other celebration. And we are very happy on the national level that all our chapters are also undertaking the responsibilities and helping out the national in carrying out the mandate and carrying out the programs and initiative, and and some of these developments. So with that, we can see that that even that the Philippines is now trying to cope up with so many challenges aside from COVID, that may mga loosened restriction naman tayo sa COVID ngayon, and thanks to that na medyo meron na tayong physical interaction, meron na tayong mga flights available to go and to visit our loved ones and to be part of the seminars, the webinars, for doing it face to face. So with that, the exposure and our vulnerability to hazard, and the government has developed, or even IECEP undertake our responsibilities in developing that strong mechanism over the experience with disaster. However, there are some challenges that we need to address and to remain constant in our organization. So with that, I am very happy for the topic that quality management, because being before I was dispensed as I was discharged, not dispensed, discharged as the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. In fact, I am designated as the Quality Management Office Director to lead and steer the university when it comes to sa pag-uusaping international standards, accreditation locally and international, and even our undertakings to the different kinds of organization. So with that, nakakatuwa lang kasi we are trying also to embrace that quality management, which is very strategic for any organization in our core, in our family, in our workplace, in the organization where we are right now, like IECEP, and the different kind of organization that can help, because we need to be apprised and we need to be informed of the basic things and the basic understanding to improve the overall, especially for our organization performance, and to provide sound basis for sustainable development initiatives. Because in IECEP, we need to be sustainable in all our undertakings. We have the home, we have the home for everyone, for the IECEP community, but that that initiative must be sustained, no? And there are some developments must be sustained, and each and every one of us, we have this responsibility internally or externally in our organization to somehow benefits the potential and our organization on the implementation of the quality management system based on the standards, based on the criterion set by the workplace. Like now we have the practical application to construction or workplace, no? So we have different criteria set by in every organization. But what is important is we need the ability of each and every one of us to be consistent, to provide quality products, quality services that meet our clientele, that meet our customer, if we have any, and applicable standards and requirements to become quality management. So in everything that we do in the chapter level, in the barangay level, in the university, in any agency, there's a need for the quality management in every workplace, because it has to be checked, it has to be evaluated and validated by the internal standards as well as the external standards based on the set criterion. So with that, I am so happy, no, kasi the IECEP has to undertake all this training for us to be aware of what is standard, like the documentation, like the culture of documentation and the culture of persevering quality assurance and the quality management and the quality products and the quality services for our members. So we need the very basic in policy, magpa-facilitate tayo of the opportunities to enhance satisfaction of our members. Because if our members are happy, if our governors are happy, then we can say that we are doing the right thing, and we get the criterion, the standard to really become a good set of standards, no, we provided for our external customer. So it is also good that we need to associate all these things, the ability, no, na mag-demonstrate po tayo ng conformity. Because if pagsasabihin natin na quality standard, it should be conformed by the other person or by the customer or by our clientele. Pagsabihin natin na we are satisfied because we are doing all the quality management and the system is really doing and very responsive, no, and proactive in terms of the delivery, then to that specified quality management system or whatever requirements that we have is really standardized, not only locally, but internationally. So simply, uniformity in the structure, if this is how chapter Qatar and chapter Tarlac, no, will do the thing in the structure of different quality, so it must adhere with the set criterion of IECEP, because we can also invite somebody who will evaluate us as an external, invite external accreditors to be part or to evaluate how we do things in IECEP as an organization, in the chapter level, in the national level, in the committee level. Though that is a good thing, and we, of course, the alignment of all our documentation and all our standards to the structure of that international standards or the national standards set by that criterion. So again, there are things that we need to, to plan. We have to do checking and acting cycle. So it's a cycle, no, to plan, to do, to check and act, and it's a cycle. So I hope this is a good avenue for all of you to be reminded once again of the quality management, of the quality assurance that we need to give to our clients, the assurance of quality service for all of them. So hopefully in the IECEP National, we don't have any set standard for that, because we don't have, we did not submit ourselves to whatever accreditation, to whatever standards that we need to adhere for an organization. But I believe that tonight, as an engineer, as a technical person, as an organization, we can somehow marry and understand and collaborate the practical application to the construction and to our workplace of whatever standards that we need for the service of our clientele. So again, my congratulations to the collaborating chapters and to all the members and to everyone who are with us tonight. And thank you so much. Thank you for the continued effort to deliver what is for the general membership and to deliver what is for the officers to supposed to be revitalize the membership and to give something for the members. And this is intangible in terms of quality assurance and the quality service that we would want to give to our members. So again, reminding all of you for our annual general membership, it's a hybrid activity. We have face-to-face in the PICC on November 15, 16, and 17. And we also cater the online platform. And please follow the IECEP page, the FB page of IECEP for all the news and the activity now we are going to offer for the general membership. So I am excited to see you all in our next assembly, in our next webinars. And congratulations once again for all of your efforts and for your time. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Dr. Michelle Lawas, for that very uplifting and informative message, and for giving us an overview on quality management. For sure, our participants are now excited to hear more about the webinar for today. Again, thank you, Dr. Lawas, and it was a great honor to have you here. Now, for the awarding of certificates for the guest of honor, let us have the Governor of IECEP Qatar, Engineer Heherson O. Bataon, PECE. Hi, sir.
Thank you, Miss Ashley. To award this certificate, wait lang. Okay. Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, Qatar and Tarlac chapters, accreditation numbers 36 and 48. Certificate of Appreciation is proudly presented to Dr. Michelle D. Lawas, PECE, IECEP National President, in grateful acknowledgement for her invaluable and meritorious expert services rendered as guest of honor during the IECEP Qatar Chapter 5th Technical Webinar 2022 in collaboration with IECEP Tarlac Chapter, given this 12 of August 2022. Signed by yours truly, IECEP Qatar Governor Heherson O. Bataon, PECE, and IECEP Tarlac Governor Michelle Lucila Barbara F. Vidal, PECE.
Thank you, Gov Zang.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much, Zang, fondly called Zang, of Governor of Qatar. Thank you so much for helping National. Of course, we need your expertise and we need your talents in giving out our members the quality assurance and the quality product that we want. Especially for, gusto ko palang i-acknowledge dito. Kasi dami nating naririnig na mga feedback coming from our members, yung nag-avail ng lifetime membership. In fact, it was designed by no less than Engineer Zhang of IECEP Qatar. So parang hindi ko masyadong na-i-exage yung ko doon during the general membership meeting. But again, I would like to thank Engineer Sang for your creativity and for giving out your talent for IECEP National. So siya po yung nasa likod ng mga disenyo kung anong meron tayo ngayon, especially for the IECEP lifetime membership ID na natin. So again, thank you so much for that, and my congratulations to Engineer Zhang and to Engineer Mitch. And thank you for being always to IECEP. Maraming salamat po, and yun lang.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, photo-ops po tayo.
Okay.
Now it's time for the photo ops, so may we request everyone, including the participants, to please turn on their cameras to join us with the photo ops. Okay, I think we're now ready for the photo ops. Okay, on the count of three. 1, 2, 3, smile. Another one. 1, 2, 3, smile. Then last take. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan, thank you so much po. Thank you, Dr. Lawas, and thank you to everyone for your participation for the photo ops. Now, we've heard wonderful messages from professionals that uplift the engineering spirits in us. Kaya naman, I know that everyone is now ready to get loaded with today's discussion. So without further ado, let us have Engineer Michelle Lucila Barbara F. Vidad, the Governor of IECEP Tarlac, to introduce our research speaker. Ma'am?
Thank you so much, Miss Ashley, for that introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and
Yeah.
clear.
Thank you. So, Amaya Pabengi Kakayungan and magandang hapon sa mga ka-ISAP natin from Middle East. It is with great pride and privilege to introduce our resource speaker for tonight. He originally hails from Pampanga and earned his bachelor's degree in Electronics and Communications Engineering at Holy Angel University in 2002. He is a seasoned professional with a 19-year experience of implementing interface management, quality management systems, project management for the oil and gas industry, such as Qatar Gas, Saudi Aramco, ADNOC, and Qatar Petroleum, to name a few, as well as in airport construction projects such as Hamad International and Abu Dhabi International. He conceptualized and managed QHSE plans, interface management plans, inspection test plans, method statements, and standardized processes for multi-million dollar projects of specialized systems such as AGL, ALCMS, radar, ASM GCS, MLAT, MET equipment, electrical and instrumentation, fiber optic communications, and cathodic protection. Our resource speaker has been actively participating in professional organizations. He worked as Secretary of American Society of Quality from 2017 to 2018, and he has also served as Vice Governor External of UAE chapter from 2018 to 2019. He is currently affiliated to ISAP Qatar and the head of the chapter's sports committee. Without further ado, mga ka-ISEP, let's give a virtual round of applause to our kabalen, to the man of the hour, Engineer Jason B. Quezon, PEC.
Ayan. Thank you po, Ma'am Barbs, for a wonderful introduction. Naririnig niyo po ba ako?
Yes, sir. It's audible po.
Yun. Ako po talaga yan. Yung sa picture at saka yung nakikita nyo ngayon, same lang po yan ha. Nagka-bigote lang at saka humaba lang yung buhok. Well, anyway, moving forward, first I would like to acknowledge the presence of Engineer Claro Del Moro. Sir, magandang gabi po dyan sa Pilipinas and glad to have you again. Just for everybody's information, no? Every time na magkakontak ako ng seminar, maging speaker, si Engineer Del Moro parating nandyan, suwi ko na yan. Yan. And then of course, our current President of IECEP National, Dr. Michelle. Ma'am, maraming salamat po for a very warm and pleasant introduction sa topic. No? Marami po kasi sa mga engineers natin, napansin ko lang din in my long years of working, yung mga engineers natin usually they lack they are very competent with regards to technical aspects of the job, pero pagdating sa soft skills like sa quality management, sa safety, sa public speaking, and then coordination with other employees and other departments sa kanilang mga projects, no, doon tayo nagkukulang. And then of course, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Engineer Barbs, yan, yung governor po ng Tarlac, Engineer Zhang, yung governor ng IECEP Qatar, and of course, Engineer Ashley, our host and governor of IECEP Zambales Student Chapter. I hope I got that correctly. And then of course, I would like to acknowledge the presence of all the officers of all the participating chapters, Qatar, Zambales, and Tarlac. Yan. So, moving ahead, ipa-flash ko na po sa screen yung ating yan, ang ating topic for today. Before that pala, ito lang muna ipa-flash ko. I just want you to see the actual ISO 9001-2015 version in its current form. So flash ko lang siya ngayon. 1 minute. I-open ko lang. Yan. Nakikita niyo po ba?
Yes, sir. Nakita po.
Okay. So if you can see, ito lang yung document na pag-uusapan natin. A very basic document. Meron lang siyang 40 pages, no? But as a simple document, yung simplicity niya kasi kasama yun sa design. Isa yan sa pinagtuunan ng pansin ng ISO organization na maging simple siya para ma-implement siya sa lahat. It can be implemented in a multinational company. It can be implemented by a balut vendor if you want. It can be implemented by IECEP, organizations such as IECEP, or maybe government of offices. Pwede siya. So ito lang ang pag-uusapan natin. But as such, kung kukunin nyo to as a topic outside, most probably it will take around 4 weeks of 2-day seminar, full-day seminar. So around 8 days ito. I will try to congest it into 3-4 hour session. So kung may mamiss ako or kung mayroong pahapyaw akong i-discuss, it's basically due to the limitation in time. No? But basically, ito yung pag-uusapan natin. Those who would like to have a copy of this, actually hindi siya licensed, na-download ko lang siya sa internet. You can download it as well. Pero ibibigay ko na rin to sa officers natin para kung sino man yung interested, pwede nyo makuha. So meron lang siyang 10 clauses, 40 pages, pero makikita nyo sa aking explanation kung paano siya importante sa ating career, kung paano siya importante sa ating profession. So without further ado, yan, umpisahan ko na po. Ayan, so Maya Pabengi po and good afternoon. Marhaba sa ating mga kasama dyan sa Qatar, dito sa Qatar at sa ating mga kasama dyan sa Pilipinas. Yan. So, I will be discussing yung ISO 9001-2015, the basic requirements, of course, practical applications. So the purpose of this seminar is to give the participants a brief overview of the ISO 9001 standards. What are its requirements and how to implement it for practical purposes in their current work. Meron din tayo mga participants which are still studying. You can see how you can also implement this in your studies, or maybe if you are working in a project or working with somebody in your school, magagamit nyo rin ito. After this seminar, the participants should be 61, 79 yung registered natin, no? 61 participants should be able to understand the ISO 9001 and its requirements and applications. Create and implement a method statement. Create and implement an inspection test plan. And of course, how to incorporate the ISO 9001 standards on your daily work activities. First, let's have, yung nakikita yung picture na to, sila yung mga original pioneers, no, ng ISO. So this was taken in 1946 sa London. There were initially 65 delegates from 25 countries which discussed the future of international standardization. Prior to this, may mga standards nang nag-i-exist, but then again, walang common within the world. No? Iba yung standard na ginagamit sa US, iba yung standard na ginagamit sa UK. I'm not sure kung meron ng standards then back home, no, by that time. Most probably wala pa. So this is just during the aftermath of World War II. Just in addition to this, because during World War II, nagkaroon tayo ng mass production, no, ng mga war equipment, yung mga ganun, no. So the leaders of each countries that especially who participated in the war, no, they acknowledge the requirements for a standard para magkaroon ng uniformity with regards to production. So what is ISO? ISO actually, kung babasahin mo yung kanyang definition, is International Organization for Standardization. So hindi siya ISO, IOS siya, no? So it's the world's largest developer of voluntary international standards. Well, ang ISO hindi siya acronym actually. Ang ibig sabihin ng ISO is isos. It was derived from the Greek word isos, meaning equal. So nagkataon lang siguro na ISO at saka ISOS or IOS yung naging meaning ng yung title ng organization, pero hindi siya yon. So then don't get confused. But internationally, it's being accepted as International Organization of Standard or ISO. It was founded in 1947 and since have published 22,000 plus international standards. And today, most of the countries in the world, 164, not all, meron pa rin hindi kasama, are members. The central secretariat niya or headquarters is located in Geneva, Switzerland. So this is a brief overview on how we arrived on the current version of the ISO 9001. So the first edition was released in 1987, and then 1994, 2000, 2008, and then 2015. Wala pong version after 2015. So kung may makikita kayong 2018 version, hindi po yung 2018. That's the 2015 version. It just so happened that from 2015 to 2018, all the companies have been given 3 years to update their current, their 2008 accreditation into the 2015 version. So wala pong 2018. So from 1987, the structure was similar to the UK standard BS 5750. This is one of the standards I was referring to a while ago. In 1994, it was revised to emphasize quality assurance via preventive actions. So we will tackle about preventive actions in the coming slides. So makikita natin dito bakit importante na preventive actions yung gawin, no? And then on 2000, yung version, ito yung actually yung first version na nakita ko when I was studying back in college. Ito yung version na na-apply during that time. So makikita mo sa mga billboards noon, yung company X like this have been accredited ISO 9000 2000 version. So it replaced all 3 standards, which are the 1994 issue of 9001, 9002, and 9003. So during 1994, meron 3 version, pinag-isa lang siya during the 2000 version. And then in 2008, there were clarifications introduced to the existing requirements of ISO 9001, some changes intended to improve consistency with ISO 14001-2004. Because back in 2004, nagkaroon na ngayon ng standards for environment, which is 14001. So the organization tried to integrate all these requirements into one. And then now we have the current version in 2015, which we will talk in detail. So if you can see now, ano ko matanggalin tong ano? Yan. So this is a detailed explanation ng mga versions natin. I will not read this whole, but just pick up some important pieces of information. Yeah. Yung last dito is yung, it was influenced by the existing US and other defense standards, which is mil specs. Yung mil specs na yan, yung ginagamit ng US Army noon for the production of, for example, mga missiles, mga airplanes, yung mga ganon. Yung ginagamit nilang specs noon was integrated into this 1987 version. As I told you a while ago, during the war, there was a need, to standardize yung production ng mga military equipment. Nag-carry over din siya during this time. So the model for quality assurance in final inspection and test covered only the final inspection of finished product with no concern for how the product was produced. So itong version na to, it really emphasizes, the ends justifies the means. But we will know in the next following discussions na hindi ito dapat. Because during the course of any production or any services that should be rendered, yung intermediate inspections within the process, malaking epekto niya with regards to cost and with regards to quality. And then during 1994, quality assurance, they emphasize on preventive actions instead of just checking for the final product. No? Ito yung main difference niya with the previous version. And then in 2000, 1994 issue was replaced yung 9001, as I mentioned ago, yung 9002 and 9003. ISO 9000 requirements included approved documents before distribution. It provided the correct version of documents at points of use. Use your records to prove the requirements have been met and develop a procedure to control your records. Actually, these requirements are still there in 2015. Now we will discuss them one by one in the coming slides. Ang gusto ko lang i-point out dito, for example, this provide correct version of documents at points of use. I don't know kung may mga nagtatrabaho sa inyo sa construction industry, no? But it is very important that you use the current and approved version of the documents prior to implementing any construction job. For example, gagawa ka ng, magle-layout ka ng cable, no? So, may mga versions yung drawing natin, may mga versions yung documents natin, at may mga versions yung standards natin. For example, yung first version ng drawing, for example, yung butas ng fiber, nalulusutan ng fiber optic cable mo is nasa kaliwa. And then on the final version pala, nasa kanan na siya. No? So you have to be mindful yung mga versions na ginagamit natin. So importante yon. That's why here sa last one, develop a procedure to control your records. In my experience, we regularly check yung versions ng mga drawings na ini-issue namin sa mga tao namin before we proceed with any construction. Kasi malaking cost ang involved pagka mali yung versions. No? Version lang ang pinag-uusapan natin dito, but it can affect the construction. And then of course, on 2008, in essence, it re-narrates ISO 9000 version. You know, yung existing yung requirement pa rin ng mga quality assurance niyan, preventive actions yan. And some changes intended to improve consistency with 14001-2004. Since nauna yung 2000 version, in-update nila ngayon yung requirement niya with 14001 para maging cohesive sila. 9001 is supplemented directly by two other standards of the family, specifically ISO 9000-2005 and ISO 9004-2009. So there were intermediate versions of the ISO. Ito yung mga supplement documents lang to. It did not replace the ISO 9001-2008 version. Other standards like ISO 19001 and ISO 10000 series may also be used for specific parts of the quality system. So don't get confused by this. Ano lang sila, addendum sila with regards to the ISO 9000 version. So specifically for some purpose like what you call this, auditing, yung mga ganon, for management purposes. For the 2015 version, now ito na tayo. Kasi kung ngayon, kung magte-training ka for ISO 9001, 2015 version pa rin. In my opinion, it is going to be a very sound investment in terms of your career, no? Kung kukunin nyo to and magte-training kayo. Bakit? Kasi for the next 25 years, ito pa rin ang i-implement nila. So kung babalikan natin kanina to, yan. So 1987, 1994, 2000, 2008. So roughly around every 6 years, 8 years, nagkakaroon ng bagong version ng ISO, di ba? So with 2015, walang mangyayaring version until the next 25 years. So ibig sabihin, pag nag-invest ka ngayon sa iyong sarili to get the training, you will be able to use that for the next couple of years. Bakit ganun? Kasi we came to a point na yung version ng ISO 9001 is napaka-applicable niya in any industry, na changing it, I mean, there's no need to improve the wheel at this point in time. No? Siguro kung meron mangyayaring what you call this, maraming changes na mangyayari in terms of production or in terms of how we do things in the next couple of years, siguro i-revise. Pero ito, nanggaling na mismo ito sa ISO, no? Na there is going to be no changes for this. So kung makikita nyo dito, the 2015 version is also less prescriptive than its predecessors and focuses on performance. Ito yung one main reason kaya hindi siya babaguhin. This was achieved by combining the process approach with risk-based thinking, employing the plan, do, check, act. Dinagdagan ko siya ng plus I dito, it means improvement, cycles at all levels of the organization. Kasi itong PDCA na to, napaka-basic nito. You can implement it yourself, within yourself, on how you study, on how you do simple projects in your house, or how you do your job. Siyempre, di ba, pag mag-uumpisa ka ng project, kahit na napakasimpleng project lang yan, let's say a garage, gusto mong gumawa ng garage, ipaplano mo yan. And then, yung pinlano mo, gagawin mo ngayon. And then pag nagawa mo na yun, i-check mo kung tama ba yung installation mo ng mga pundasyon, tama yung installation mo ng kable, tama yung installation mo ng lahat ng mga windows, doors, ganyan. And then pag merong hindi tama, you act on them, aayusin mo siya. And then when you do all those things, at in the future, sabihin natin gagawa ka ulit ng garahe or may magpapagawa sa'yo, alam mo na ngayon kung ano yung gagawin mo at may improve mo na yon, di ba? Members of the International Organization for Standardization or ISO Technical Committee 176 Subcommittee have taken the surprising decision not to proceed with the much anticipated update of 9001-2015. Kasi kung makikita nyo a while ago, di ba, every 6 to 7 years to 8 years nagkakaroon ng revision. So from 2015, 2022 na tayo ngayon. So yung revision is pretty much anticipated na. Pero naglabas na sila ng memo na hindi na siya i-revise for the meantime. Okay? Yung outcome is the review resulted in a majority vote to leave the ISO 9001-2015 unchanged. This means that the following further systematic review starting in 5 years plus time for the review and then allowing for 3 years of development time. A new edition of the ISO 9001 may not be published until 2030. So going back to my suggestion a while ago, kung mag-avail ka ng certification nito, you will be using that certification until 2030 or more kasi hindi naman siya ma-approve by that time for sure. Yan. So, just to reiterate, ito yung sa kaliwa, yung mga clauses in 2008 version. And then, ang i-discuss natin ngayon are the 10 clauses in 2015 version. So, kung makikita nyo, clauses 1, 2, and 3, pareho lang yan. Wala siyang pinagkaiba. And then, nagkaiba lang siya sa clause 4. Pero actually, itong clause 4 na to, na-breakdown lang siya within clause 4 and 5. Na-re-emphasize lang siya. And then parang hinalo lang siya eh. Parang hinalo lang siya dito sa clause 4, 5, and 6. And then resource management is actually support. Makikita natin mamaya dito. Product realization is actually the operation. Madidiscuss siya dyan. And then measurement analysis and improvements. Actually, pareho lang siya ng 9 and 10 ng ating current version. Yan. So, I would like to ask if there is anybody na student sa ating participants ngayon. May student ba sa ating mga participants? Makikita yung chat. Yan. Okay, may nagre-request ng copy ng mga Christmas. Presentation. Yes po, ibibigay po yan later. Yan. So, kung may student dyan, move forward. May tatanong lang ako sa iyo mamaya and then you will have a chance to win 100 na GCash. Yan. So, let's move forward. So, what is ISO and what can it do for you? Hindi ako what can it do pala yan. Nawala yung T. So it sets off a globally recognized standards for quality management. It improves the quality, productivity, and efficiency. Enhance customer satisfaction, add skill set, increase value. And then ISO is implemented by over 1 million organizations worldwide. Yan. So, ibig sabihin nito, just to give you a very nice example. Pag kumain kami sa Jollibee dito, most probably yung lasa ng manok, yung lasa ng gravy, yung lasa ng fries, or yung lasa ng ano nila, ng rice, pareho lang, di ba? Kasi yung standards na sinusunod nila sa Pilipinas, kapareho din siya ng standard dito sa Qatar. Pag pumunta ka sa US, ganun din yung lasa ng Jollibee. Diba? So, ganun yung pagka-influence niya globally. Kasi pare-pareho yan. Hindi mo kailangan mag-aral ulit pagdating mo dito with regards to the quality requirements. Pareho din yan ang pinag-aralan mo pag nasa Pilipinas ka. And then of course, yung quality ng productivity at efficiency. Anong ibig sabihin nito? It all boils down to cost. Pag efficient yung process mo at yung quality ng mga products mo is maganda, nami-minimize yung breakage, nami-minimize yung rejections, and then nami-minimize yung wastage. So what does that mean? You save your company some resources, in turn money, and those money or resources can be allotted to other uses. Maybe dadagdagan nila yung sahod mo kasi nakatipid sila, di ba? And then of course, enhance customer satisfaction. Again, it all boils down to sales. Pag satisfied yung mga customers mo, ano mangyayari? Tataas yung sales mo. Darami yung mga customer. Darami ang sales mo, di ba? Mas dadami yung income ng iyong kumpanya. And then added skill set to increase professional value. As an electronics engineer, okay, we are all, nung sa curriculum namin dati, this was not part of the curriculum. It's actually a separate training I took when I was already working. Nabawasan ba yung pagka-electronics engineer ko? Hindi. Nadagdagan ba yung kaalaman ko? Yes. So imagine yung pagiging electronics engineer. Imagine a toolbox, imaginary toolbox. Nandun lahat yan. So meron ka ng tool, which is for example, a hammer, pliers, testing equipment, di ba? Yung ohmmeter or voltmeter, meron ka. So ganun din yan. In your professional toolkit na tinatawag, nakakadagdag kasi na meron kang certification or nalalaman regarding quality. Kasi pagka hinar ka at nakita nila yan, it's an added pogi points or ganda points, no? Pag i-hire ka nila. And then one of the advantages as well in your professional career, yung ISO 9001 is being implemented by over 1 million companies or organizations worldwide. So ibig sabihin, malaki yung chance mo na yung papasukan mong kumpanya or ina-apply mong kumpanya, they are implementing ISO 9001, which is again an added bonus, di ba? So what is the ISO 9000 family? ISO 9000 provides basic concepts, language, terms, and definition. Ito yung pinaka-glossary niya, yung 9000. 9001, ito mismo yung process or yung document na pag-uusapan or yung ini-implement. Only started with the 9000 family that can be certified or audited against. So, pag titingnan nyo to, merong ISO 9000, 9001, 9004, 19001. Pero, pag magpapa-audit ka, magpapa-accredit ka, magpapa-certify ka, walang ibang lilitaw sa certificate mo kung hindi ISO 9001 lang. Pag meron nag-issue sa'yo na certified ka for ISO 9004, hindi yun totoo. So again, ito lang yung accredited at sinaside sa certification yung ISO 9001 lang. So pag nakakita kayo sa online ng mga company na merong ISO 9001 accreditation, ISO accreditation, 9001 lang dapat yan. Specifically 2015 yung version. ISO 9004 provides additional guidance and guidelines for self-assessment. Ginagamit ito for auditing purposes. At saka, anong tawag dito? Assessment ng yung mga processes. Of course, 19001 provides a guideline for conducting internal and external audit as well. Okay. Moving forward, we have 8 quality management principles. So kung titignan nyo yung nakasulat dyan sa mga bilog, at saka nakasulat dito sa kaliwa, pareho lang yan. No? So yung quality management principles, it revolves on the customer focus, leadership, engagement of people, process approach, improvement, evidence-based decision-making, relationship management. So kung paghahalu-haluin natin yan, yun na yung quality management natin. Wala nang iba. Yan lang yun. Bakit? So, yung customer focus, nasa pinakataas siya. Siyempre, yung customer mo, siya yung magbabayad sa'yo. Siya yung magbibigay ng kontrata sa'yo. Siya yung bibili ng produkto mo. So lahat, magre-revolve yung mga requirements ng customer mo, yun lahat dapat ang inimit mo. So, saan pumapasok ang leadership? Ang leadership, siya yung magtitimon ngayon ng bangka mo, yung organization mo, para lahat ng mga requirements ng customer mo, ma-meet mo. Let's take for example yung mga Apple products. Si Steve Jobs nung nabubuhay pa, di ba? Pag nagbigay siya ng talk and he launches a new product, di ba? What are his mantra? He's always focusing on the customer. Even things or apps or even yung mga technology na hindi that aren't being asked by the customer. Ina-anticipate na ni Steve Jobs yun dati, di ba? Ina-anticipate niya na kailangan natin. We never needed really yung touch-based phone dati dahil meron namang Nokia at saka BlackBerry noon, di ba? Which has buttons. Who would have imagined na kailangan pala natin yon, di ba? Pero yung leadership, alam niya, yun ay magugustuhan ng customer. Alam ni Steve Jobs yun. Kaya pinush niya ngayon yung company niya, yung Apple, na mag-concentrate doon. And lo and behold, Apple is one of the biggest company in the world right now producing smartphones. And nakita nyo naman, lahat ng smartphones natin ngayon, most probably, yung gamit mo, walang keypad, di ba? Kahit Android pa yan or any other version ng phone. So, makikita natin dito, merong process approach, engagement of people. Yung engagement of people mo, hindi lang naman yung customer mo yung kailangang i-please mo, di ba? Yung mga nagtatrabaho sa iyo, yung mga external suppliers mo, yan, lahat ng yan. And then of course, we have relationship management, evidence-based decision making. Ito, napaka-importante nitong evidence-based decision making. When it comes to quality management, emotions should be put aside. No? Lahat ng decision natin dapat magiging based siya sa mga facts. Hindi tayo pwedeng mag-decide na tatanggalin na natin itong ganito kasi hindi naman siya kailangan. Feeling ko. Hindi pwedeng ganon. So there should be a basis. Meron akong papakitang video mamaya which is highly concentrated dito sa evidence-based decision making na to. And sad to say, it resulted in a very sad tragedy. No? Makikita natin yan mamaya. And then of course, improvement. Yung improvement, there's always room for improvement. Tama yun. And it applies here. So, pagka nagko-conduct ng audit, pagka nagkakaroon ng problema, nagkakaroon ng disaster, nagkakaroon ng mga rejections, those are your key, what you call this, yun na yung key mo para mag-improve ka. Lagyan mo ng improvement, yung process, yung quality management mo. Yan. So what is a process approach? ISO 9001 actually is always pushing for a process approach. This means that interrelated activities that turn inputs into outputs, management strategy, control and manage the process, coherent process-based quality management system. Let's just look at it this way, no? Ang isang product, bago yan ma-conceptualize, or itong cellphone na to for example, bago siya maging cellphone, maraming process itong pinagdadaanan. Okay? Initially, nandyan yung design. Diba? So, kung sa design pa lang, wala ka ng quality control, wala ka ng quality process, ano yung magiging, palagay mo yung magiging outcome? Diba? Baka nga wala mang maging outcome. So, ngayon, ang management ngayon, they have to conceptualize in a way that yung mga process na yon, they are continually working hand in hand or next to each other para, halimbawa, nag-conceptualize ka, naayos na yung design mo. Diba? The next part is figuring out yung mga suppliers mo, figuring out yung workforce mo. So, yun is a separate process again. So, there's a process on determining what are the qualified suppliers, qualified materials, approved materials na gagamitin mo. And at the same time, yung quality ng mga tao magtatrabaho sa'yo. You are not going to employ a farmer to make a cell phone. Diba? So, there is a process involved in hiring people, in purchasing equipment, in purchasing services. Meron lahat yan. And then there is a process involved in the manufacturing. Sa manufacturing, iba't ibang process din yan. Bakit natin ginagawang ganito? It's better to compartmentalize yung mga ganyan, yung mga steps into process para madaling i-check. Ayaw mo, yung kaninang version, di ba? Yung old version natin, yung 1987 version, at saka 1994, they basically focus on the end result, which is a big mistake. Kasi pagka na-reject yung end result mo, you have to start from the beginning. Unlike, for example, pag in the middle of your production or during the construction, na-anticipate mo na mali ito. Yung step lang yon ang babalikan mo. For example, you coupled steps 1 to 3 and then 3 to 6, ganon. So pag nagkamali ka into step 6, hindi ka na babalik sa step 1. Babalik ka lang into step 3 para ayusin yung portion na yon. So ang management, yung pinakamagaling na management strategy is yung ino-oversee niya yung mga process na to. Kasi yun ang focus niya eh. You let the process itself work, but then you monitor this process, and then you make sure that the process are coherent and they are having a process-based quality na mag-adhere sa yung management system. So this is a sample of QMS process map, no? Since ibibigay ito sa inyo later, makikita nyo dito, yung mga processes natin, interrelated siya. So pagka nagkaroon ng fault in a process, madaling i-troubleshoot pag ganito yung process map. Okay? The process approach is the key to an effective quality management system. The systematic identification and management of the processes within an organization and their interactions between the processes is known as process approach to management. So, during World War II, alam natin na natalo yung Nazi, di ba? Natalo yung Nazi Germany led by Hitler sa mga allies led by the US, the UK, and the other ally nations. One of the things na tinuturo nila na naging pagkukulang ni Hitler during that time is that Hitler is superseding all the operations. Yung general niya on the field, hindi ang gagalaw hanggat walang utos mula kay Hitler. Ang nangyayari, there is a lag between the decision coming from the very top to the ones on the ground. So halimbawa, yung ground is, atakihin natin yung hill na to. So before atake yun, maghihintay pa siya ng command galing from pinaka-top kay Hitler nga. And then once that ma-receive nila yung utos na yon na umatake, wala na, tapos na yung laban, di ba? Yung allies, they had a different approach. So yung allies, the senior commanders, yung mga field commanders nila, they were given enough leeway to act on their own. So ang tinitingnan na lang ngayon, yung oversee na lang ngayon ng mga senior commanders ng allied is yung pinaka-overall. Pero yung day-to-day at saka yung field decisions, nasa field commanders yun, wala sa pinaka-top. Kahit ngayon, ganun pa rin yung approach na ginagawa ng US at saka most of the Western militaries, including our own, in decision ng gagaling. Kasi, mas madali kasing ma-anticipate yung gagawin pagka ganun. Pagka yung process mo or yung pinaka-localized, yung pinaka-localized group, yun ang gagawa ng adjustments. So ganito rin sa process approach. Each process, madali siyang i-troubleshoot pagka interrelated lang sila pero hindi sila magkakadugtong. In a sense na isa lang. So ito, mas madali siyang tignan kung saan yung mali, kung saan yung magiging improvement, kung ganito yung approach mo. Now going to the PDCA, na-discussan natin ito brief a while ago. No? Kung makikita nyo on top, you have the leadership or the management roles, which is leadership, of course, planning, support, and then context of the organization. So kung makikita nyo to may number sila. No? Yung number na yan, corresponding din siya dun sa number, dun sa ISO 2015 kanina. And then you have operations, which is the doing part. Okay. Check, performance evaluation, and of course, 10 is acting upon all those inputs in order for us to improve our process or quality management. So kung makikita nyo dito, in the planning stage, nandyan lahat yung pumapasok yung leadership, yung planning, yung support, tsaka yung context ng organization. I-discuss natin yan in detail in the coming slides. Yan. So, yung introduction ng ISO is mainly tapos na. So, explaining ISO 9001 to 2015. I will go into detail on explaining the clauses, what are the requirements, the documentations, and understanding the document itself para makagawa kayo ng quality management system. So, let's start with clauses 1 to 4. So, hinati-hati ko siya into these segments para madali siyang sundan. So, yung scope. What is scope? Actually, the international standard specifies requirement for quality management system when an organization A needs to demonstrate its ability to provide products and services to meet customer and applicable statutory and regulatory requirements. Aims to enhance customer satisfaction through the effective application of the system, including processes for improvement of the system and assurance of conformity to customer and applicable statutory and regulatory requirements. Now, matanong ko lang, parating nandito tong statutory and regulatory requirements, di ba? Nasabi kanina ni Ma'am Michelle na wala naman tayong formal requirements for any quality management kanina na sinusunod. Pero pumasok sa isip ko kanina, nandun kasi yung statutory requirement. Ano ba yung statutory requirement? Yung statutory is yung expected mo na makukuha mo. For example, bumili ka ng suman. And wala namang standard na sinusunod yung suman, di ba? Pero ikaw, lumaki tayo, alam natin kung ano yung suman, ano yung lasa ng masarap na suman, ano yung itsura niya, di ba? So that's a statutory requirement. You have to meet those basic requirements. Ganon din yung IECEP as an organization. Maybe wala tayong, we were not audited or we are not required against any standards, no, para magpa-comply o magpa-certify. Pero as a basic requirement, basic statutory requirement, the members are expecting good services, you know, they are expecting good leadership and good what you call this implementation ng mga activities natin. For example, there is no law concerning yung ang tawag dito natin na kailangan nating mag-conduct ng mga ganito, na mga seminars, di ba? I mean, there's a law, but there is no particular standard stating how we do it. Pero alam natin within ourselves kung maganda yung naging resulta ng seminar or naging maganda yung performance, for example, ng mga leaders natin in a particular year. So, basically, ito yung ibig sabihin ng statutory. Ma-encounter kasi natin tong word na to often dito sa ISO. So magandang i-explain ko na to sa inyo. Statutory meaning that hindi siya actually written or what, pero yun ang expected. And then opposite that, yung regulatory, written yan. Required yan na, for example, ng government natin or any governing body. Legally, ito yung kailangan nating i-comply. Yan. And then pasok na naman dito, no? Aims to enhance customer satisfaction. Again, dun nagre-revolve talaga tong document na to. Customer satisfaction. Parating yan. So, if you're doing anything, if you're doing something or implementing something, always put in mind, ano ba yung expectation sa iyo ng customer mo? Well, I have to change that customer into something applicable. No? Stakeholder. Sinabi rin niya ni Ma'am Michelle kanina, ano ba is expectation ng mga stakeholders mo? If you're not working in a company or producing or you don't have any customers, ano ba yung stakeholders natin? Ano expectation nila? Like if you're studying right now, what is the expectation of your parents? What's the expectation of your teachers? Diba? Paano mo yun mamimit? And then all the requirements of these international standards are generic and are intended to be applicable to any organization, regardless of its type or size or the products and services it provides. Ito yung pinakamagandang quality or pinakamagandang characteristics ng document na to. No? Napakasimple niya. Napakasimple niya in the point na pwede siyang i-apply in any aspects of our lives or in any company, maliit man yan or malaki, o complicated man yan or simple, pwede mo siyang i-apply. You will see ISO certifications for multinational companies. You will see ISO certification for a small company. Diba? Tignan nyo man yan. Makikita nyo yan. Hindi lang yung mga bibigating kumpanya ang may mga ISO certification. Even your local barangay or local governments, di ba? May mga ISO certifications yan. Yung mga organizations natin, be it professional or not, yung iba dyan, merong ISO certifications. So, regardless of this, kahit na hindi ka magpa-certify, actually, pwede mo siyang i-implement. Kasi, it has to be said that yung certification is mahal. But, it doesn't mean that you cannot implement these standards without certifications. No, you can implement these standards even without certification para na rin sa sarili mo or para sa kumpanya mo, para mag-improve yung product mo at para mag-improve yung services mo. Note 1, in these international standards, the terms product or service only apply to products and services intended for or required by the customers. Kasi merong mga products or services na required by other stakeholders. For example, government, police, or any other supplier, yung parang gano'n. Statutory and regulatory requirements can be expressed as legal requirements. So yung nga, in-explain ko kanina, ito yung expected as a minimum na i-comply natin. Clause 1 in general is to provide consistently product that meet requirements, enhance customer satisfaction, enhance application of the system, effective application of the system, continual improvement of the system, assurance of conformity to requirements. The application means that all requirements of the standard are generic, applicable to all organizations. Ni-reiterate ko lang to kanina. Requirements may be excluded if not applicable. Claims of conformity are limited to clause 7. Okay. I-discuss mo lang to, requirements may be excluded if not applicable. No? So, the document itself, yung ISO 9001, there is no specific law in the world requiring it. It's purely voluntary to conform in it. Pero, sa construction industry, for example, in our case, the conformity to 9001 is written in the contract. Ito rin is requirement for any supplier. For example, on our part, when we source out suppliers, isa sa pinaka-hinihingi namin or requirement, yung 9001 certification. So, don't get confused, hindi siya requirement. No law in the world or no law in the Philippines or no law here in Qatar requires it. Pero when you enter into a contract, for sure, 100% nandun yan. So, claims of conformity are limited to clause 7. Makikita natin yan mamaya. Normative reference, just to be clear, the following documents in whole or in part are normatively referenced in this document. Ito lang yon, sinasabi lang niya, ito yung i-refer niya. ISO 9000-2015, Quality Management System, Fundamentals and Vocabulary. So ito lang, pag tinignan mo to, nandun yung descriptions. Makikita natin yung next slides. Ito yon. So, meron ba natatakpan doon sa taas? Dali lang ha. So, let's just go through this terms and definitions, which is actually, kinuha ko to dito sa, yan, 9000-2015. Top management, yan, an individual or group or individuals who coordinate and control the organization. Ito yung mga pinaka-head, president, COO, yan, nasa pinakataas. Organization is a person or group of people who has their own functions with responsibilities, authorities, and relationships to achieve the objectives. So an organization can be a commercial organization, commercial endeavor. It can be a professional organization like IECEP. It can be a student organization. It can be a small enterprise. Yun. Basta organization, yun. Context of the organization, okay? Ito actually yung ibig sabihin ng context of the organization. What is the organization for? anong aim niya? Like for example, for us, IECEP, the context of the organization is actually to cater to the needs of the profession, which is, and also for the engineers having the electronics engineering profession. Yun ang context ng organization. So doon magre-revolve lahat ng process mo doon sa context ng organization mo. So an organization manufacturing, for example, fiber optic cables is gonna be different from an organization doing airport construction or telecommunications facility construction. Iba yung context nila. So magkaiba yung mga ganon. So iba yung legal requirements nila, iba yung market nila, iba yung culture at saka socio-economic and environment settings nila, magkaiba yon. Pero how you arrive at it, ito pa rin, yun lang din yon. Kung ano yung context ng organization mo, isusulat mo yan at doon ka magre-revolve. Ano yung mga process na gagawin mo. Interested party, ito na, yung stakeholder, no? Yung mga stakeholder natin, hindi lang yung customer. Okay? Nandyan yung mga trabahador mo. Okay? Nandyan yung mga suppliers mo. Nandyan yung local community kung nasaan yung company or yung organization mo nakabase. Yung government, kung saan saang bansa ka nakabase, or yung local government, kung saan ka na-operate. And of course, yung contractors mo. And then process. Process is a sequence of activities that use inputs to deliver an intended result. Okay? Procedure is defined as a way to execute an activity or a process. Procedures can be documented or not, but highly advised that these are documented. Quality is the difference between a customer's expectation and the customer's perception of the product or service that he received. The higher the difference, the better perceived quality. Parang ganito lang yan. Parang pag sa Facebook, nakita mo yung isang product, di ba? Napakaganda. Napakaganda ng picture, napakaganda ng in-order mo sa Shopee or sa Lazada. Pagdating sa iyo ng product, ganito lang pala yon, ba't ang liit, ba't ang pangit, ganon, di ba? So, pagka nag-reverse yun, at yung nakita mo sa picture, ganito lang to, in-order ko. Pero yung dumating, ang ganda pala. So, doon nagkakaroon ng quality. So, yung difference between the customer's expectation and the customer's perception, yun ang quality mo. So, you have to take note of that. And then, of course, opposite ng quality is yung non-conformity, the failure to meet a requirement. Diba? Risk. Risk is the effect of uncertainty on objectives, and an effect is a positive or negative deviation from what is expected. For example, the company plans to deliver its products to customer, but there is a risk of product non-conformity due to poorly controlled production process. Like for example, ngayon nangyari na sa atin na nagkaroon ng pandemic, di ba? So, isa yun sa risk. Maybe yung some products have been failed to be delivered, or products are not coming or not producing enough kasi nga yun, may mga risk na kasama. Effectiveness, the level of success in achieving or producing a desired result. For example, the production process is effective if it is able to produce the product. Hence, hindi siya effective pag hindi ka nakakapag-produce ng products, or pag yung mga products na napoproduce mo are reject or of poor quality. Documented information. Information required to be controlled and maintained by an organization and the medium on which it is contained. For example, the documented policies, procedures, work instructions, and records represent documented information. So yung documented information na ito, tatakal natin to in detail. Yan. So moving ahead, yung context of the organization. So, context of organization, understanding the organization and its context. So every organization, merong purpose yan. Yung context of organization, yun lang ang ibig sabihin nun. Anong purpose ng organization mo? Anong purpose ng company mo? Kasi pag na-identify mo yon, marirealize mo ngayon ano yung dapat mong gawin. Yung mga expected processes mo, yung mga expected mong documents, ano yung provide mo, ano mga requirements ang kailangan mong i-adhere, yun, magbe-base yun sa gusto mong gawin as a company. So understanding na 4.2, understanding needs and expectation of interested parties, determining the scope of the QMS, and then quality management system and its process. Let's go ahead. So 4.1, understanding the organization and its context. We have two main considerations here. You have the external and internal issues to consider. Yung external issues mo, you have the legal, market, cultural and technological, social and economic. Economic could be international, national, regional, local. So kung makikita mo, dun sa external considerations, wala kang control dyan. Diba? So if you are a telecommunications company, for example, mag-a-adhere ka sa requirement legally ng National Telecom ng NTC. Diba? Magre-require ka sa requirement, for example, ng yung market. Ano yung demand? Okay? Yung cultural. Ibig sabihin, pag nag-operate ka, for example, within a specific range of province, for example, sa Central Luzon, expected dyan yung mga tao, di ba? Nagsasalita ng Kapampangan or other language. Tapos technological, sorry, this should be another entry. Dali lang. Technological. So, technological, ibig sabihin niya, for example, smartphones. So, yung Kodak dati, di ba? So, yung organization nila nawala nawala ng business dahil nga nagkaroon ng technological innovation with regards to cameras, di ba? So those, and then you have social, okay? Social considerations. For example, if you are working here in Qatar, di ba? Social considerations mo yung kanilang requirement. Like for example, hindi ka pwedeng magtrabaho during summer. Halimbawa, pag ngayon summer, di ba? Hindi ka pwedeng magtrabaho if sobrang init. Hindi ka rin pwedeng magtrabaho ng more than 6 hours pagka Ramadan, ba? And then hindi ka rin pwedeng magtrabaho for example if hindi ka approved ng government nila. And then economic, international, national and regional and local. So you have to consider those. Ano ba yung scope ng company mo? Are you just going to operate locally, regionally, maybe nationally or international? If mag-a-apply ka ng business permit, isa yan sa itatanong sa iyo, yung range ng company mo. Are you just going to be locally operating, regionally? Yung mga ganun, titingnan mo lahat yan. And then of course, you have internal issues. Ano tong internal issues na to? You have the knowledge, culture, and values. Yung knowledge mo, yun yung mga taong nagtatrabaho sa iyo. Yun yung mga meron ka. For example, as a company, ano yung mga patents na hawak mo? Ano yung mga permits na nasa sayo na, di ba? And then culture. There are work cultures na mahigpit. There are work cultures na hindi. For example, if you're working in Google, di ba, napaka-open nila, or in Facebook as a company, napaka-open nila, yung culture nila, di ba? And then of course, yung values, it also differs. Like for example, iba yung values ng pagtatrabaho na nandito sa Qatar sa pagtatrabaho na nandiyan sa Pilipinas. So you have to consider those kasi malaking impact niya sa organization mo. And how you manage those, it also revolves around the processes. And then interested parties. Kung makikita nyo dito, ang dami, di ba? Customers are the #1 interested party kasi sila yung magbibigay sa iyo ng pera dyan, sila yung magbabayad ng services or ng products mo. But then, aside from the customers, you also have the suppliers. Okay? Bakit? Ang mga suppliers mo, interested parties yan kasi sila yung magsusupply sa iyo ng gagamitin mo. And whatever your suppliers give to you affects your product or services. Ganon din, it affects your price. Diba? Then employees, of course, hindi under ang company mo kung wala kang matitinong employee, di ba? Yung mga employee mo, kailangan up to date yung kanilang certification, up to date yung kanilang mga skills, okay? They are duly compensated, maayos yung health nila and safety nila pagdating sa trabaho. Regulators, yan yung mga coming from the government, sila nagre-regulate sa iyo. Kung nasusunod ba yung mga requirements nila, pag hindi, sarado kumpanya mo, di ba? And then of course, community. Kapag ka nagtatrabaho ka, I mean yung company mo is nag-ooperate, you have to realize that you are part of the community where you are operating. It may be virtual, it may be physical, like yung usual na company na ano natin, na kagis na natin, di ba? Like for example, before when I was working in Samsung Electronics in Laguna, okay, we always consult with the local community. Kasi tinitingnan namin kung meron bang nai-emit na pollutants yung operations namin, and at the same time, ano ba yung pwedeng magawa ng company for the local community, no? Pwedeng mag-hire sila ng mga local workers doon or magkaroon ng outreach program para sa community. And then of course, you have your competitors, di ba? You have to know what your competitor is doing. Otherwise, may iwanan ka lang dyan. Kung masyadong mataas yung price mo or masyadong mababa yung quality ng product mo, hindi yun maganda if your competitors are doing the opposite. Diba? And then of course, law enforcement, emergency responders. Of course, yung law enforcement mean that you are all abiding by the legal requirements. Okay, wala kang inaabuso or what. And then emergency responders, stakeholders din yan kasi pag may nangyari sa'yo, nangyaring emergency sa company mo during your operations, kailangan mo silang tawagan, kailangan mo silang masabihan. Ano ba yung kailangan nilang malaman with regards to your company pag magre-respond sila. Like for example, for any fire or any health emergencies, di ba? And then the scope of the quality management systems. Ano ba yung scope niya? You have the external internal issues, which we discussed already. And then relevant interested parties, diniscuss natin dyan. And then products and services of the organization. Yung scope ng quality management system mo, magre-revolve siya actually dun sa product or services na ginagawa mo. Kasi for example, you are trying to make a product like a cell phone. Okay? Magre-revolve lahat doon. Yung mga process mo, yung management system mo, magre-revolve siya around the production of cell phone. Hindi siya magre-revolve around the production of pipes or around the production of cables. Diba? So, yun lang yun. And then the documentation requirement are legal, statutory, standard, and then of course, pinaka-importante, yung contract. General process for the requirements for QMS. Identify the document and document the processes. Yun. Ensure availability of resources, monitor and measure, maintain and improve the QMS or quality management system. Again, not everything is required. The size of the organization or the operation plays a big part in determining what among these requirements is gonna be made, and then yung nature ng business ng organization, kung ano yung business ng organization mo. So for example, yung organization mo is mainly for services. Like for example, you're doing maintenance. You're doing maintenance for telecom company, for example, nililinis or mini-maintain nyo yung operation ng isang fiber optic, data box, for example. Wala kang ano dyan, wala kang products, wala kang warehouse ng mga equipment, equipment. Hindi mo kailangan yung mga process with regards to warehouse management. So purely services ka lang. Siguro meron kang mga storage for your equipment na kailangan mong i-trace, pero for products, hindi mo siya kailangan. Ibig sabihin kasi, for example, may mga procedures kasi regarding the reception of purchased products, sini-check dyan yung quality nila, sini-check yung suitability nila, yung conformity nila sa requirements nyo. So kung wala naman yun sa operations nyo, hindi mo yan kailangan. Now we go to ISO 9001 clauses 5 to 7. What are your responsibilities as a manager or a management? No, ito yon, leadership, planning, and support. Again, going back here on the upper left corner, yung mga blue. Yan, no? Leadership, planning, and support. Na-identify na natin kanina yung context of the organization. All the moves with regards to the planning and with regards to the supports that the leadership will provide will revolve around the context of the organization. So clause number 5, leadership. Management commitment is to have customer focus. Okay? Yung lahat ng pinag-uusapan natin ganito, yung mga process na gagawin, yung mga policies na implement, Wala yan if walang commitment yung management. Paano ko nasabi yun? Imagine working for a construction company. Okay? And then isa ka sa mga quality inspector. And then may nakita ka ngayon, mali. Mali yung ginamit na size ng pipe ng mga tao nyo. Sinabi mo yun sa management mo. Pero sabi ng management mo, okay na yan, hayaan mo na lang. What are you going to do as an inspector, di ba? So, ang gagawin mo, ino-note mo na lang yan. Ino-note mo siya, pero hindi mo siya ma-stop. Kasi walang commitment yung management mo for you to enforce it. Bakit? Kasi pag nag-commit yung management mo, kailangan mo ngayon ng additional resources to implement those. For example, mali yung size ng pipe. Pag walang commitment yung management mo to provide a new set of pipes that conforms to the requirements, hindi mo mako-correct yun. So, yung management, it plays a vital and important role with regards to attaining the customer's requirements. It should be that the management commitment should always revolve around the customer's requirements. It should be customer focused. So paano natin makikita yon? It will manifest itself on the policies. Establishing the quality policy and communicating the quality policy. What does this mean? Ito yung quality policy on one of the company that I worked on, Abu Dhabi. Kung makikita nyo dito, titingnan natin ha. Isa-isahin natin. This is a quality, health, safety, and environmental policy of ADB Safegate Group. Be the QHSE industry leader to enable airports to operate more safely, efficiently, and sustainably by providing to our customers with superior airport performance from approach to departure. Napakasimple, di ba? Pero kung titingnan mo, napakalaman. Di ba? Industry leader. Di ba? Yung target ng company ko dati, industry leader. Hindi lang niya sinabing, I will conform to this. Hindi. Nag-set siya ng high bar to be the industry leader, okay, in providing all this. Health and safety, nakafocus siya. Nakikita nyo dito, process orientation, di ba? And then quality focus. In-add pa niya dito, but it's not required, ha? Care for people. Which I can attest na tama naman ito. Napaka-ano ng kumpanya ko na to, napaka ganda ng mga policies niya with regards to the benefits of the people working. We foster a culture of respect, collaboration. Our employees are essential for the understanding and fulfilling the needs of our company, customers, and stakeholders. Taking into consideration that this is an international and multicultural company, care for people is very important. Okay, and then of course resources. Okay, provide the necessary resources to achieve, blah blah blah. And then here on the right side, you can see commitment. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina. You have your principles on the left side, and then you have your commitment on the other side. How do you attain to do this? By zero defects, zero accidents, di ba? Ayan, oh, nakalagay dyan. And then kung nakikita nyo sa baba, this is signed by the CEO, by the COO, by the VP in quality, and then the HSC director. Ang pumirma dyan, ito yung top management. Sila yung naglay ng kanilang principles dyan at saka yung mission vision ng company. It's akin to saying that Doc Michelle Lawas, our president, has reiterated the need for the mission and vision of IECEP. And then sila rin yung pinirmahan nila, merong commitment yan. Yan. Ano ba tong policy na to? As a quality professional, ito yung nagbibigay sa iyo ng license to do your job, no? As sinabi ko kanina, yung ISO 9001, there is no particular requirement of it. Pero if a company has a policy, ito ngayon yung magbibigay sa iyo ng authority to perform your work in accordance with ISO 9001. And of course, nandito na rin yung safety, ganun na rin yun. Kasama na rin yung safety dito. So I hope this is everybody realize the importance of a quality policy. Okay? It is a very fundamental document to any company. Kaya nga may trabaho yung mga quality natin, quality inspectors, quality engineers, yan, di ba? And of course, it's a guideline for the engineers themselves that are implementing the job, okay? Pag nagkaroon ng aberya o nagkaroon kayo ng hindi pagkakaunawaan with regards to implementation of some of the aspects of the work, you can always revert on the policy, to reiterate, ito yung authority ko, ito yung tama, okay? Ito yung commitment ng company, dapat mag-adhere tayo dito. And then of course, organizational roles and responsibilities and authorities, nakalagay dyan sa organizational chart. Makikita natin dyan. No? And then, of course, you have to communicate the importance of the requirements, establish the quality policy, establish the quality objectives, conduct management reviews, and provide resources. When you join a company, magkakaroon ng orientation dyan for any large company na maju-join mo. I'm not sure about small companies, pero it can also be implemented na magkaroon ng orientation. Usually may orientation na ginagawa, and sa orientation, onboarding orientation, discuss dyan ano yung mga HSC requirements, safety, and then yung quality requirements, ano yung kumpanya, ano yung aim niya. Actually, ini-explain na yung context ng organization and ano yung commitment ng company with regards to quality and and quality requirements. Guys, yung isa sa mga board natin, si Engineer Alnar Detalya, paki-admit na lang. Customer focus, ito na naman tayo. Yeah, na-admit na ba si Sir Alnar? So if na-admit na, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of one of our board of ECE, Engineer Alnar Detalya. Welcome, sir. At magandang gabi po dyan. Quality policy, as nakita nyo nga kanina, it should be appropriate. Then nakita nyo yung commitment to comply. No? Appropriate, nakita nyo doon sa quality policy. Naka-focus siya doon sa ano ng company, sa context ng company. Ano ba tong company ng ADB SafeGate na to? It provides services and products to airports. Ayan, nakita nyo, sinulat niya, enable airports to provide and operate safely, di ba? Naka-focus lang siya doon. And then commitment to comply, nandito yung commitment niya sa right side. Framework for the objectives, yung objectives niya, ayan. Yung mission and vision, and then nandun na yung principles, yun din yung objectives niya. Communicated, how do you communicate this quality policy? Yung sinabi ko kanina, by orientation. And then, it's a requirement also to post this on visible parts of your company, like for example, sa entrance, or sa sa cafeteria, sa discussion rooms, no? Pinopost yan, nakapost yan, naka-frame. And then of course, this is being reviewed on a yearly basis as required. Nire-review yan. Kung merong kailangang revision, makikita nyo dito, if I'm not mistaken, ito, version 1.1 ito, issued September 2021. Okay? So, nire-review yan every year on a regular basis. Responsibility, authority, and communication. Responsibility and authority has been defined and communicated within the organization. Okay? Diba, pag mag-join ka sa company, sasabihin sa iyo, you're introduce yung line manager mo, kung sino yung pinaka-senior manager nyo, diba? Para hindi magulo. And then management representative. Usually, this is the project director or project manager. Okay? Management representative ensure processes have been established, implemented, and maintained. He reports or she reports to the top management. If he or she promotes awareness, and then of course she is responsible for the internal communication of all these requirements. Now let's go to planning. Actions to address risks and opportunities, quality objectives, and planning to achieve them, planning of changes. Now, major difference of the ISO 9000:2015 to its predecessor is actually the focus on the risks. It's a risk-based approach on the processes. No? Risk and opportunities, dinidiscuss yan during the planning period. Doon magbe-base lahat ng process nyo, procedures nyo, or lahat ng mitigation processes, kung meron man. No? And then quality objectives and planning to achieve them. Ano yung paano nyo i-attain yung inyong objectives. Like for example, you will make statements or methodologies kung paano nyo gagawin ang isang, for example, ang isang charging cable. Ganon. Ano yon? Paano nyo magagawa yon? Ang isang cellphone, for example, paano nyo magagawa yon? No? Pag-uusapan nyo ngayon, ano yung mga risk na kasama? Diba? Sino yung mga competitors nyo? Ano yung risk with regards to international markets? Malaki pa ba yung demand ngayon sa cellphone? Yung mga raw materials na kailangan nyo, yung mga suppliers nyo, nandyan ba yan? And then of course, yung mga opportunities. No? And then, you have to plan for any changes. So, kung hindi na viable ang pag-production ng cellphone, ano na ngayon ang ibang gagawin nyo? Like, I'll set a good example, which is Dell. So, Dell has been producing computers before, right? And they are producing computers still. But now, nagkaroon sila ng diversification. They divulge into what you call this, providing data storage and data management sa ibang kumpanya. Yun, nag-diversify sila. So kasama yun dapat sa mga planning nyo. Kung kailangan nyo magkaroon ng changes within the organization, or maybe you plan to change the context of the organization, yung mga ganun kasama yan. Planning is basically identifying all the risks and opportunities of the organization. Blockbuster sa US or yung ACA video sa atin, di ba? Nagpaparent sila ng mga DVDs, nagpaparent sila ng mga VHS. Pero nagkaroon na ng internet, nagkaroon na Netflix, di ba? Hindi sila nakapag-plan. It's a big risk on their company, resulting sa closure nila. Kaya yun, kailangan i-take in consideration din yan, yung risk at saka opportunities. Kung nag-diversify sila into streaming, di ba? Like ginawa ng Netflix ngayon or ng ibang streaming organization, streaming companies, maybe nag-thrive pa sila. Now sa support, ito medyo mahaba to, no? Pero we'll not go into this what you call this. Mabilis lang natin itong i-discuss. Support is basically everything na kailangan ng company para mag-operate at ma-implement yung mga quality processes at saka makapag-comply sila sa standard. Okay? So, you have for example here, first and foremost, people. Then infrastructure, environment, and then monitoring and measuring all the resources, and then organizational knowledge. Let's discuss about people. Human resources is one of the inputs for any organization. Your workers or your people should have adequate education, appropriate education. Pag isa kang telecommunications company, most probably mag-i-employ ka ng mga electronics or telecommunications engineer. Maybe mag-i-employ ka ng civil engineer, but not that much. No? Siyempre, kailangan mo rin yan. Pero for example, hindi ka mag-i-employ ng hairdresser kasi hindi naman siya kailangan. Okay? Training. We all know that technology and innovations regularly occur. So dapat yung mga tao mo, kahit nasabihin mong engineer na yan, iba pa rin yung may training. Actually, isa yan sa requirement natin, no? Continuing Professionals Education, CPE natin. Ito is part of the training, no? Para ma-enhance, ma-update yung ating skills. Yung mga skills natin, ayan din. As a result of the training, kakaroon ng skills and experience. So, pag nagkakaroon ng experience yung mga tao mo, natural, mas gusto mo siyang i-keep or tumataas yung value nila. At saka yung skills na kailangan ng mga tao mo, dapat appropriate siya sa requirement ng company mo. Infrastructure. Of course, kailangan mo ng infrastructure para ma-execute mo yung products or any services. You would definitely need building or workspace and associated utilities. Process equipment. Equipment can be hardware and it can be software. No? Supporting services. Like for example, in our case, kailangan ng support ng IT. Hindi aandar ang operations namin pag walang IT. No? Hindi rin siya magiging complete kung walang transportation, no? We have transportation in terms of buses, and transportation in terms of choppers, yung mga ganun. Then of course, communication. Kasama yan, kasama lahat yan. Environment for the operation of the process, okay? We have to determine and manage the work environment. So yung work environment mo, napakasimple lang nito. It has to be well lighted. It has to be well ventilated, no? Conducive siya for working. You imagine before nung wala pang AC, di ba? Imagine working in a cramped building, di ba? Napakahirap. Personal working environment and then the regulatory requirements. So for example, ngayon hindi ka makakapagtrabaho sa isang building or any office pag walang basic requirements with regards, for example, sa safety. Pag hindi siya nagko-comply sa safety, like wala siyang fire exit, wala siyang fire detectors, smoke detectors, di ba? Hindi ka papayagan. And then monitoring, measuring resources. So you have to have warehouse management. Kung meron kang mga raw materials, meron kang mga inputs regarding sa products mo na kailangan mo, no? Yung mga raw materials mo. Of course, you have inventory. And then you have to have considered the material receiving and also the issuance ng mga kakailanganin. Material receiving and issuance also includes tools and equipment yung gagamitin ng mga tao mo. Okay. And then organizational knowledge. You as a manager or engineer, you have to know the organizational layout ng kumpanya mo or ng organization mo. Sino yung dapat na nakikipag-usap kanino? Okay, anong department yung kailangan makipagtrabaho sa anong department para nang sa ganon maging effective tsaka may synergy tsaka may efficiency yung operations nyo. And then of course, you have to maintain competence and awareness. Okay? Determine the required competence, provide training, evaluate effectiveness, ensure awareness, and then maintain records. So, how do you determine competence? Siyempre, meron kang certifications dyan. Hindi ka naman basta-basta, for example, mag-ooperate ng equipment nang hindi ka na-train doon, di ba? So, your company has to provide training for that. And then evaluate effectiveness, of course, yung magsa-certify sa'yo, yung training sa'yo, yun yung mag-evaluate ng effectiveness mo. And then ensure that everybody is aware about the competence of your people. Paano mo ano yun? You have to issue identification cards or certificates. And of course, you have to maintain those records. Dito sa Qatar, for example, there are some records na kailangang i-update regularly. Meron din siguro meron dyan, for example, sa Pinas siguro. Like for example, our license, no? They are nag-i-expire mga license natin. And we have to renew them on a regular basis. And then, as a requirement, pino-provide mo yung certificate na yun sa company mo if your company requires those. And then they maintain those records. And they have to ensure that these are always updated. Communication. Okay? You have to communicate all this. Maybe through memo, maybe through trainings, through workshops, no? Kailangan mong i-communicate yan. Regularly within your organization, you have to conduct this communication. You have to conduct on a regular basis. In our case, most of every time, no, we have a toolbox talk na tinatawag. Sa toolbox talk na yon, nire-emphasize yung requirements sa mga to. And then re-emphasize din yung requirement about sa quality, about sa safety, or any update sa company. Ito, yung medyo madugo sa ating discussion, yung documented information. What are these? How to create and update this, and then how you control this information. So, natakel na natin kanina yung quality policy and objective, and then yung quality manual. An organization, before you can have a certification for ISO 9001, ito yung unang-unang hahanapin sa iyo, yung quality manual mo. Quality manual contains all the documented procedures and records. It also contains all the documents and records required by the organization. Okay? And it reiterates how you control the documents. It reiterates the scopes of the QMS, all the documented procedures, and the interaction between processes and the QMS. or any documents, merong reference yun with the other documents. So makikita mo doon interrelation na dapat. So the quality manual in detail has to have approval of documents. It has to be reviewed and updated on a regular basis. And then the revision process has to be documented as well. It is available at point of use and should be legible. So kung sino yung mag-request nito within the company, you should be able to provide it. And then identification of external documents. So kagaya kanina, na-re-emphasize dito during the start of our discussion na merong external document na kailangan yung ISO 9000 pa. And then the control of obsolete and superseded documents. So kung na-revise siya, kailangan i-take mo yon out of circulation. It's one of the requirements. So as an auditor, for example, tinitingnan ko rin na yung mga documents na ini-issue sa isang company, updated lahat yan. Yung mga obsolete at saka superseded documents, dapat they should be taken out. Otherwise, non-conformance siya. Ito, thread of records. What are the records that should be maintained? You have to identify those. How do you store those documents? Like for example, there are some companies or contracts that requires to have the records printed on a piece of paper. Okay, it should be drawings. Maybe how you identify them can be like drawings, can be like manuals, can be like what you call this safety sheets, mga ganon, mga data sheets na mga instruments or any process, no? And then how do you store them? Do you need a physical storage for that, like a library, or can it just be stored as a scanned copy and stored on a drive or on a server somewhere? How do you protect these documents? If it is a library, it should be sealed or it should be locked. There should be lock and key. If it's online, it should be protected by your IT. Nobody who is not authorized should be able to access these documents. Retrieval. Paano mo yung kinukuha? Is it physically or online? Retention. Okay? Gaano mo katagal i-retain yung mga documents? Like I'll give you a good example. Nung nag-work kami sa airport dito sa Qatar, okay, naka-specify sa contract that after the completion of the project, the documents, drawings, procedures, standards that were generated during the course of the construction should be retained for at least 5 years. Yun yung naka-emphasize sa kontrata. Diba? So, yun pa lang, makikita mo na gaano katagal. So, may mga documents kasi na kailangan i-store depende sa requirement ng customer mo. So, yun yung ibig sabihin ng retention. And then disposition. Pag nag-expire na yung time na yon, anong gagawin doon? Kailangan ba silang sunugin? Kailangan silang i-dispose of? Or kailangan silang ibalik or ibigay sa customer? Like for example, in our case, since government yung aming, yung aming client, we had two choices. It's either give them the proof na sinira or dinispose namin yung documents or isurrender namin yun sa kanila. So yun ibig sabihin ng disposition. So again, yung documents requirement, okay, sa identification, anong documents yun, storage, paano mo siya i-store, protection, okay, paano mo siya poprotektahan in terms of access, no? Hindi basta-basta dapat makuha. And then of course retrieval, kailangan yan maging accessible do sa mga taong kailangan siya. Like for example, yung mga engineers mo, if they need an updated drawings, they should be able to retrieve that either through their own account if it's online or through your document control management. Okay? And then retention, yung nga sabi ko kanina, kung gaano katagal, and then disposition, kung anong gagawin after mag-expire yung retention period. Operation. Itong operation na to, dito nagkakatalo-talo yung mga kumpanya. Dito actually sila nagiging specific, no? Kanina nakita natin merong kailangan sa quality manual, quality policy, with regards to the documents that needs to be made, how you maintain the document, pare-pareho yon. With regards to operation, dito na tayo magkakaiba-iba ngayon. Dito papasok yung context ng organization. Kung ano yung requirements for the products and services na gagawin mo, doon magbe-base yung mga process na i-generate ngayon. Design and development of products and services. Okay? Control of externally provided processes, products, and services. I-discuss natin ito, naka-highlight na ito in detail in the coming slide. Requirements for products and services. Ito yon, yung 8.2. Customer communication. Okay? Customer communication can either be on a contract, okay, or an invoice, or maybe an order. Okay? Determining the requirements for the products and services. Kung nagtatrabaho ka sa construction industry, nakasaad yan sa contracts mo. Okay? If you are working for external customers, like for example, hindi ka naman nag-work sa construction industry, wala kang contract, pero may mga customers ka, di ba? Like for example, ako as a customer, anong kailangan ko with regards to cellphone, di ba? Ano yung requirement ng product na kailangan ko? Okay? But of course, you have statutory and regulatory requirements with regards to your products. You have to review the requirements and the products and the services that you need to provide. And then, of course, changes to the requirements and products as necessary. Okay. Design and development. Okay. Design and development means you have to plan on how to design and develop a product. Dito pumapasok yung design, no? Paano kino-conceptualize. Mag-hire ka nito ng mga engineers mo to design the product. Okay? Dito na pumapasok yung mga drawings, yung mga technical drawings mo, yung mga layouts mo, yan, mga design stage. Ano yung mga inputs? Inputs, basically, yun yung requirements ng customers mo. And in addition to that, yung mga statutory requirements. Okay? Some requirements are not indicated on the contract. Pero you have to be aware where you are moving regarding your company, kung anong mga statutory at regulatory requirements ang kailangan mo. And then how do you control that? Diba? May mga nagko-control diyan. Sino yung mag-a-approve? Okay? Ano yung mga basis nila for the approval? And then yung outputs mo, makikita mo. Ano yung output niyan? It should be printed. Should it be issued as a soft copy? Or paano siya may issue? Is it gonna be through a PDF file? Yung mga ganon. And then design and development changes. Kung meron changes sa design, na-monitor mo dapat yon. And then take in consideration mo dapat. Hindi siya dapat nawawala. Kasi isa yan sa basis, no? Pag meron mali, may babalikan ka. Control of externally provided processes, products, and services. Type and extent of control. Information for external providers. Yan. Dito na tayo pumapasok sa purchasing, no? Tsaka yung pag sinabi mong purchasing, it's either a product or service. Okay? Purchasing process. Purchasing in itself is a process, no? You have to have the purchasing information, and then you have to verify the or verification of purchased product. This also applies to services installation. Okay, purchasing process. It starts, of course, in identifying what you need. Like for example, you require a fiber optic cable. Ano yung specific requirements ng fiber optic cable mo? Multi-mode ba? Single mode? Gaano kahaba? Okay? Anong manufacturer lang yung pwede? Ganon, mga take in considerations like that, no? Anong mga temperature requirements niya, or ano yung pang ano ba siya, pang outdoor, indoor, yung mga ganon. And then you establish that one. And then purchasing information, diyan napapasok yung mga criteria mo, which is manggagaling din yan sa kontrata mo, no? Manggagaling sa kontrata mo kung meron. If not, of course, you have to determine it yourself. Ano yung kailangan mo? Verification of purchase product, diyan na pumapasok yung inspection yan. Pag dumating yung product sa iyo, i-inspectionin mo yan, di ba? So makikita mo diyan kung compliant ba siya, yan ba yung in-order mo, di ba? Di ba, pag umorder ka sa Shopee, titingnan mo muna diyan, tama ba yung in-order mo na product? Eksakto ba yung bilang ng product na binili mo, na deliver nila? Ito ba yung tamang kulay? Ito ba yung tamang size? Yung mga ganun. So ensure that the purchased product conforms to the requirements. Select supplier based on ability to meet the requirements. In our case, we have a thing called pre-qualification process. Yung pre-qualification process na yan, for example, sa mga cables namin, hindi lang kami basta-basta kumukuha ng supplier. Tinatanong namin yung supplier, kung meron ba kayong, of course, yung number one na ina-ask namin is compliance with ISO. Kung meron silang ISO certification. Next, magkano yung yung capitalization nila, magkano yung value nila, no? Kasi makikita mo doon, capable ba yung company na to, halimbawa, mag-supply ng around $4 million worth of materials? Siyempre, pag maliit yung company, hindi, di ba? Pero pag makikita mo ngayon, malaki yung valuation ng company, okay, fine, sige. Ano yung previous projects mo or previous company na sinuplayan mo? Makikita mo ngayon sa background na to, background checking, no? So, you establish the criteria for selection, evaluation, and re-evaluation. Okay? Pag nakita mo doon na yung mga kumpanyang sinuplayan nila before o yung mga kumpanyang company sinervisan nila before are big companies or magagandang companies, easily recognizable yung mga projects nila. Okay, maganda yun na wala silang negative records, then isa yon, no? Sa tinitingnan natin. And then maintain records of evaluation results. So after all this, at the last point, i-maintain mo ngayon yon. Bakit? So that in your next endeavor or next projects or next orders, meron ka na ngayong basis. At yung sinasabi ko kanina, pre-qualification is the process wherein the approval of the supplier, product procedures, and the process and equipment. So hindi ka lang basta-basta halimbawa ako, bibili ako ng cellphone, di ba? May maraming cellphone diyan. Pero me as a buyer, I narrow myself to only few companies, di ba? Like for example, an Apple product or Samsung, okay? And then pag may nakita akong bagong brand, halimbawa dito meron Lava na galing sa India. Titingnan ko muna yung company na yun. Ano ba tong company na to bago ko bilhin, di ba? Wala akong alam sa company na to. Ganyan din sa ating trabaho. So there should be a pre-qualification. So yung pre-qualification, yung company na yan na gusto mag-supply sa iyo either by services or products na gagamitin mo sa iyong final product, they should be submitting a dossier na nandun lahat yung kailangan mo. Like for example, nandun yung ISO certification nila, ano yung overview ng company nila, they have a brief history of their company. They show on that document kung sino-sino na yung mga naging customers nila, ano yung mga range of products na kaya nila i-supply, okay? Tapos i-mention din doon yung valuation ng company nila, tumatanggap ba sila ng cheque, yung gano'n, yung mga gano'n, nakalagay lahat doon. And then of course, personal qualifications, especially if yung company mo is going to provide you with services. Like for example, magi-install lang sila ng certain equipment, di ba? Titingnan mo yung qualification nila. In my current job, for example, we mobilize the services of barge. Ang barge na to, ito yung mga malalaking barko na may crane. Tapos nag-move sila ng mga equipment from one ship to the final location sa dagat, yung mga ganon. So, tinitingnan namin ngayon, qualified ba yung kapitan? Meron bang crane operator dyan na magaling? Okay? Updated ba yung kanilang mga qualifications? Yung mga ganon. So, aside from that, tinitingnan mo ngayon, ano yung mga taong nandun, yung mga magtatrabaho? Are they able to understand the work? Meron ba? Tinitingnan mo lahat yan, yung mga qualifications nila. And then of course, supplier QMS. So kung meron silang quality management system. So what will you ask para makita mo to? Yung ISO certification nila and then yung quality manual nila. So they have to provide that. You have to scrutinize that and then you can decide from there on ano yung mga kumpanyang a-approve mo lang. Verification of purchase product. Okay, you implement inspection or other activities for purchase requirements. And then verification arrangements and product release at supplier premises must be established and stated and stated in purchasing information. For big ticket items, for example, no, bago nila yan i-release from the supplier venue, magpapapunta ang kumpanya dyan ng representative para i-check yung product na yon. Bago siya i-release, bago siya i-load sa container or sa ship or what, i-check muna yan dyan bago siya i-ship, no? And then, pag na-receive na yan, i-check ulit yan. May na-damage ba during the transit? Pag meron, ano yung naka-state sa kontrata? Ano ba yung dapat gawin ng supplier, no? Para maging ano yan, maging conformance siya sa requirement nyo. Then, pag na-inspect yan at napatunayan na okay siya, doon pa lang sila babayaran. Production and service provision. Control of production and service provision, identification and traceability, property to belonging to customers and external providers, preservation, post-delivery activities, and control of changes. Control of production and service provision. Okay? So when you do your job, for example, let's say, imagine, mag-i-install ka ng cable. Okay? Before you install the cable, you have to make sure na yung trench mo, okay, is properly dug up. Hindi lang siya properly dug up, tama yung dimension niya, nandun yung bedding mo, okay? Nandun yung mga provisions na kailangan mo to pull the cable, like for example, cable roller or kung ano mga equipment, okay? Minsan kailangan pa yan ng grease, no? Pag ipapasok mo yan sa mga mga pipes, mga cable ducts, okay? So, before you proceed on cable pulling, you have to make sure that your trench is properly constructed. So, dito pumapasok yung control of production and service, no? Before you allow that, there should be an inspection at every stage. And then that inspection is properly documented so that it can be identified and traced. Pagka nagkaroon ng aberya, okay, you can always revert to the inspection documents. Okay? Property belonging to customers or external providers. There are certain cases na mag-i-install ka ng equipment or product na yung equipment na yon or yung particular, in our case, tinatawag namin yung mga spool or structure, for example, or mga equipment na provided na ng customer. Kasi may mga, for example, in our case, no, may mga gauges or may mga equipment kami na kami yung nagbibigay sa contractor. We don't give the responsibility of purchasing those equipment sa contractor, no? Kami mismo internally as a client yung bumibili nun and then ini-issue namin sa kanila yon. So those should be properly identified, properly inspected and marked, okay? Para hindi magka-mixed up or pag meron mang nasira doon, alam natin kung sino yung pupuntahan or kanino sisingilin, for example. And then, for example, if you already received the equipment, either you received it for an external supplier or from the customer itself, no? You have to make sure that these are properly preserved. Okay? You have to show that you have the correct place. It may be a warehouse, it may be an open area na naka-bakod, di ba? So that you can demonstrate that you can preserve these materials. Ito yung ibig sabihin ng preservation. And then post-delivery activities, yung sinabi ko kanina, you have to check either they are conforming to the requirements in terms of specification, in terms of quality, in terms of the quantity, even the packaging, no? And then of course, control of changes, kung meron ng pagbabago with regards to the process, again, nare-reiterate dito. Now, performance evaluation. Ang oras na ba? 3:46, 8. Monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation. Ano yung minomonitor natin, mini-measure, tsaka ina-analyze? First and foremost, customer satisfaction. Diba? Ano natin yon? Mami-measure. And then analysis and evaluation. Customer satisfaction, internal audit, monitoring and measurement of process, monitoring and measurement of product. Customer satisfaction, napakadali. If example, meron kang kontrata or you are in the construction industry, napakadali nito. You can see customer satisfaction on the inspection outcome. Pag marami kang mga rejected inspections, rejected yung mga puro non-conformances yung nare-receive mo from your customer, from your customer, naturally, masasabi mo, hindi satisfied yung customer mo. Or kung marami kang bad feedback na narinig sa kanila, this can either be written, right, through a memo specifically, which is ayaw na ayaw mo ma-receive yun as a contractor. Diba? Well, punta naman tayo if wala kang kontrata. You're merely a small company, manufacturing, for example, a headset. Diba? Paano mo malalaman yung customer satisfaction mo? Diba? First and foremost, yung sales. Marami bang bumibili? Okay. Next stop, mayroon na tayo ngayon online. Sa Facebook, or maybe sa website mo, or maybe sa Google Maps, di ba? Yung Google Maps mo, if you are operating a specific company, for example, if you have a restaurant, makikita mo dun yung mga reviews, di ba? So, those are one of the things that you can check kung satisfied ba yung mga customer mo. And another blunt, what you call this, a blunt approach to measuring customer satisfaction is handing out customer satisfaction review sheets sa kanila. So minsan may mga tumatawag sa iyo sa phone, di ba? Like for example, nung bumili kami ng sasakyan, tinawagan kami ng binilhan namin, may nag-survey sa amin kung how satisfied we are with the product. Di ba? Tinanong niya kami kung okay yung sasakyan, ano ba yung mabibigay namin na feedback sa kanilang services, okay? Tinatanong nila yon. So those are one of the things that you can do. And then another thing is internal audit. Dito na pumapasok yung mga quality inspectors, quality engineers, no? Internal audit. But this internal audit can also be done by somebody who is familiar with the operations of the company. Not necessarily kailangan mo maging certified sa ISO, no? If you are familiar with your company and how it operates, you can almost always do an internal audit. Ano ba 'tong internal audit na to? So, on our discussions now, we have reiterated on a number of occasions that we should always be documenting yung mga procedures natin, right? Now, when we document the procedures, that is the first step for having an audit. Kasi you have something to audit yourself against, right? So pag sinabi mo that in a process, okay, during the process, the products that came out in process number 1 should be documented, checked, and approved. Okay? And those records should be maintained. Yun yung nakasulat sa process mo. So during your internal audit, titignan mo ngayon, asan yung mga records na yon? Okay? Yung mga records na yun ba, are they well kept? Okay? Are they all closed? When I mean closed, for example, nagkaroon ng inspections. And then during the inspections, na-reject yung inspection mo kasi hindi ka nag-comply sa design. Mali yung design, no? It's not yet over during that time. You are still given ample amount of time to rectify that mistake. Okay? And during the internal audit, doon mo makikita gaano ba kabilis nare-rectify yung problema? Gaano kadalas nag-occur yung problema? Ano yung root cause ng problema? So, yung internal audit, makikita mo lahat ngayon. Ano yung health ng iyong quality management system? Sinusunod ba yun ng mga tao or hindi? Diba? Monitoring and measurement of the process. So dito yung pumapasok kanina, yung mga process na ginagawa mo, nasusunod ba sila? Okay? How well do you document them? How well do you manage this process? No? Halimbawa, yung document control process mo, halimbawa, Sa document control process mo, marami kang mga rejected na documents na dumating. Pero nakikita mo doon, yung mga rejected documents na yan, within 1 day, na-address lahat ng issue and then na-resubmit. Okay? Makikita mo kasi yan sa records kung gaano kabilis. So, makikita mo ngayon, the process, is it working? Does the process need re-evaluation and revision in the end or not? And then, monitoring and measurement of the product. Ito na yung end product. So, gaano karami sa mga products mo ang rejected? Gaano karami sa mga products mo yung approved? Di ba? If you take a sample, yung mga sample na kinukuha mo, if you tested them, gaano karami dito yung approved or gaano karami dito yung hindi pumasa? Thus, the organization should be able to apply suitable methods for monitoring and measuring process, demonstrate ability to achieve desired results, take appropriate corrective action. I-demonstrate ko ito mamaya pag i-discuss natin on the last part, yung inspection test plan. No? Kasi yung inspection test plan, it can give an idea on how much of the activity or the product you should be doing prior to moving on each stages. Like for example, gumagawa ka ng cellphone, di ba? So, bago mo siya i-assemble, titingnan mo muna, is the camera working? Is the monitor working? Di ba? Is the battery working? Yung mga ganon. So, pag hindi umaandar yung baterya, for example, you have to stop there bago mo siya i-integrate dun sa mismong unit. I-demonstrate natin yan mamaya. Monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation. Okay? Monitor whether customer requirements and expectations are being met. Customer satisfaction surveys, yung sinabi ko kanina, and then collect data from warranty claims and complaints, etc. So ito, yung warranty claims, halimbawa, you are working in SM, for example, no? Bibenta ka ng mga nasa SM appliance ka. Di ba? Makikita mo doon, gaano ba karami nagki-claim ng warranty, masisira yung mga appliances na binibili nila, or gaano karaming customer complaints yung na-file. Makikita mo doon. And then you have to do analysis and evaluation ng lahat ng data na to para malaman mo saan ba nagkukulang yung iyong operations or ano mga process yung kailangan i-improve. So in many cases, for example, in our industry, especially sa production no, ng mga electronic equipment, no, may mga equipment tayong ginagamit like a voltmeter, like insulation tester, or any other equipment. So fiber optics testing na rin, or any other. You have to make sure that this equipment that you are using to check the job or the products that you are making are always calibrated and they are adjusted to a particular standards themselves. Okay? So, dapat yung mga equipment na ginagamit mo to check yung product mo, you have to make sure that these are also calibrated and are as per the standards no, na ginagamit mo. Usually, every year or every 6 months ang calibration ng mga equipment. Okay? And then, doon natin makikita. Halimbawa, nakita mo, pumapasa lahat ng mga products mo. No? Yung baterya, for example, ng cellphone, pag mineasure mo, pasado lahat. Pero in the end, nakita mo yung ginamit mong equipment sa pag-test ng mga voltages or current ng mga battery mo. Hindi pala calibrated. So doon pa lang, wala na. No? Mali na lahat. Kahit na pumasa siya, in the end, hindi pala. Kasi mali yung, hindi calibrated yung equipment na ginagamit mo. Okay. Internal audit, na-discuss na natin to. Meron pala siyang separate slide. Diniscuss ko na to kanina. So, it perform internal audits at planned intervals. So, yung internal audit, it usually occurs depending on the need of the organization. It can occur around, twice or yearly. Okay? Pero, pag halimbawa, merong inadvertent accident or maraming mga equipment or maraming mga products na nare-reject, no? You can always perform an audit. But an audit is usually scheduled once a year. Some companies schedule it twice a year, okay? But as I mentioned a while ago, if there is a need to do an audit, mainly because merong major catastrophic na hindi magandang nangyari or maraming mga rejected na products ang lumalabas, don't hesitate to do an audit. An audit program should take into consideration the status and importance of process and results of previous audits. When the process involves high value and expensive items, okay, you should consider doing an audit more often. Okay? Kasi pagka merong nagkaroon ng problema, malaki ang balik in terms of financial losses sa company. So, you have to take in those consideration. Ito lang ibig sabihin ng note na to. Management review. So, ito na. Meron ka ng quality management system, no? Na-implement mo na yung mga process mo. Then, nagko-conduct ka na rin ng audit. Nag-i-inspection ka na. Meron ka na ngayong, anong tawag dito? Meron ka na ngayong surveys, meron kang inputs sa customer satisfaction. At the end of the fiscal year, usually, nagkakaroon ng management review. Dito nakikita ng management, okay, tinitingnan nila yung buong process, tinitingnan nila, chine-check nila lahat ng records ng company na na-generate within the year. Tapos tinitingnan nila yon, nakikita mo, meron kang tinatawag na KPI. So pag yung KPI mo na-meet mo, that's good. If not, then where are we lacking? Dito natin makikita ngayon sa management review. Review to ensure continued suitability, adequacy, and effectiveness of the process. Okay? May mga processes na minsan hindi na rin kailangan, tinatanggal yon, and napag-desisyonan yan during the management review. Inputs for review shall include audits, customer feedback, process, performance, and product service conformity. Outputs from review shall focus on identifying improvements on the QMS and providing adequate resources. So yung QMS mo, nare-revise yan usually after a management review. Yung mga processes mo, nagbabago yan, nababawasan, nadadagdagan yan, again, after every management review. So sa management review, dito na pumapasok. Kasi nung umpisa kanina sa quality policy, di ba? Ang naglatag ng objectives, yung senior management. Yung nagbigay ng commitment, yung senior management. Ikaw na nagtatrabaho sa company, either maybe as an engineer, as a manager, as a quality lead or quality inspector, quality engineer, ikaw ngayon yung nag-implement nun. At the end of the day, yung management ang magde-decide how effective yung quality management system na in-implement mo. And at the end of the day, they will decide kung ano yung kailangan baguhin. And as a quality or as an engineer, you have to give the recommendation kung saan sila magpo-focus. Kung ano yung dapat i-focus na bawasan, dagdagan, okay? Kung ano yung dapat i-highlight. Trabaho mo yun. But again, yung management review, yung mga nasa senior management positions dito, this is where you evaluate the whole system itself. Okay? Kung meron kailangan baguhin, kailangan tanggalin, kailangan dagdagan. Now we are on the last part, okay, ng implementation, which is the implementation and monitoring. Improvement, non-conformity, corrective action, and then continual improvement. Di ko nakikita tong nakaharang. Yan. Nasa last part na tayo, no? Actually, ito yung mismong familiar siguro lahat halos yung mga nagtatrabaho sa atin in the industry. May it be manufacturing, construction, or what, no? Ito yung part na mostly familiar tayo. Yung previous parts kanina na diniscuss ko, no? If you're not working as a quality senior quality personnel or wala ka sa senior management, most probably hindi mo yung na-encounter yung diniscuss ko kanina, no? Pero itong bit na to, itong part na to, usually dito tayo lahat nagkakaroon ng interaction. Okay? You may be as a production engineer, you may be a test engineer, you may be a foreman, no? You may be a lead, a technician, or you can be a senior engineer. Lahat tayo dito tayo nagkakaroon ng interaction. Okay? Corrective and preventive action. Bakit? Kasi may nagkakamali. There is no such thing as 100% accurate process, no? Usually, meron pa rin nagkakamali dyan. So, kaya tayo nandito. Kaya nandito yung mga process, nandyan yung mga records. Okay? What is the difference between a corrective and preventive action? Okay. The difference between a corrective, and nasa left side, babasahin ko lang. If you look at the graphics, no? Correction is putting out the fire at that time. Okay? Corrective action is when you investigate, bakit nagkaroon ng fire? Di ba? Kasi may mga boxes dyan. Di ba? What corrective action means that those boxes should not be there in the first place. What caused fire and how to prevent the recurrence. And then preventive, ang nag-cause ng fire dyan sa ating image is meron na nigarilyo. Ayan. Not necessarily the box. Right? So preventive action, lahat ng mga nagsisigarilyo dapat wala dyan sa space na dyan. So yun yung preventive action. It is a simple concept. Every time na may encounter nyo to, tandaan nyo lang to, nasusunog na box, naninigarilyo, tsaka tinanggal yung naninigarilyo. Okay? So, take action to eliminate the causes of non-conformities or potential non-conformities in case of preventive action to prevent their recurrence or potential occurrence. Going back to our initial discussion, ISO 9001 is specifically focusing on preventive action, not on the corrective action. Okay? So, ika nga, prevention is better than cure, di ba? Anong gusto mo? Magkasakit ka at ma-hospital or magpa-bakuna ka na? Like for example, nga, right now, no, yung COVID-19, no? Bakit tayo nagpapa-vaccine, di ba? In order for us to avoid symptoms, okay? Severe symptoms of the virus, right? It's a preventive action, okay? So it does not necessarily mean na pag nagpabakuna ka, hindi ka na magka-COVID, no? But then, hindi ka mag-50-50 sa hospital if in case magkaroon ka ng COVID. So, ganun din ang focus ng ating ISO 9001. The whole deal about all the processes that we talked about in the first 9 clauses of the standard is for us to prevent any non-conformities. Yun lang yun. Lahat ng decision coming from the senior management, lahat ng mga procedure na inallow nila or in-identify nila, lahat ng mga inspections, lahat ng mga yan, it all boils down to making the process, okay, as smooth as possible and then minimizing the rejections. So lahat ng yan, it all coagulates into a preventive action approach. Okay? Documented procedures must be established to 1. Review nonconformities or determine potential nonconformity. Determine the causes. Okay? Evaluate the need for actions to prevent the occurrence. And then implement corrective actions, record results, and review effectiveness of actions taken. So, magkaroon ngayon ng non-conformity, i-review mo yung process, saan ba nagkamali? Is the process the problem or yung implementation? Okay? Pag may problem sa implementation, ibig sabihin, the procedure or the process is not being communicated firmly sa mga tao. Nandun yung procedure pero hindi sila aware or they are not giving importance to the procedure itself. So kailangan mo siyang reiterate, either reestablishing the procedure by training or seminar or by memo coming from the senior management or from your department, from the quality department. Ito na naman yung PDCA, no? Pangatlong beses na nating nakita to. Continual improvement through PDCA. Tingnan natin ngayon, no? You have the plan, do, check, and act. Okay? Paano tayo magkakaroon ng improvement? Ayan. Plan, do, check, act plus continuous improvement is equivalent to a higher standard. Kung titingnan nyo dito, Like for example, here on year 2020, we did all the QMS, quality management system. We planned and then we execute it. We check all the deviations, all the conformities and non-conformities, and then we act on those shortcomings and we improve the process. Okay? In turn, na-consolidate lahat yon, yung mga actions na ginawa natin. Ginawa ngayon natin siyang pangsangkal, no? Para yung ating standard, yung bilog na to ng PDCA, tumaas siya at hindi siya bumaba from the previous one. Okay? Dito natin nakikita, no? Ano ba yung mga cellphone na gamit natin, no? Last year, of course, mas mahal, pero nakikita naman natin, mas nag-i-improve yung quality nila, no? Dito natin makikita. So, organizations must continually improve the effectiveness of its QMS. Okay? How? You use your quality policy and objectives. Always revisit that during the management review. Respecting the audit results. Okay? Pag meron mga findings sa audits, the company and those people behind the company should respect the results of the audit. Analyze the data. Analyze the data that you gathered during the operations on all those records generated through the processes. I-analyze mo yon. Okay? May mga quality management system tools tayo dyan na ginagamit para mag-analyze ng data. I-discuss ko rin yan later. Para makita mo saan ba talaga. And then of course, through corrective and preventive action. So ganyan nag-i-improve yung ating quality. It's not a stationary, it is not in a stationary state. It should improve through time, no? Yan, nasa second part na tayo ng applications ng discussion natin, which is the practical application. But bago yon, I would like to show two what you call this, dalawang presentation, video presentation. Mabilis lang to. Okay. Guys, ilang minutes pa meron? Time check.
Sir, 22 minutes pa po.
22 minutes. Okay. Wala. Mabilis na to. Sige. Ibibilisan ko lang yung yan, playback speed.
Well, I knew who that responsible Thakal official was. I was the director of the Space Shuttle Solid Rocket Motor Project for Morton Thakal, the manufacturers of the large solid rocket boosters on the shuttle. I'm going to discuss the Challenger accident, how the launch evolved, what happened to the Challenger during its launch, and some of the inquisition that happened as a result of the investigation by a presidential commission on the accident. The Challenger disaster happened on the morning of January 28, 1986. It took place on pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I received a phone call from a fellow that worked for me. He said, Al, he says, we were just told that there was a weather forecaster, I believe in Orlando, that was forecasting a cold front in the area of Florida that might drop temperatures as low as 18 degrees Fahrenheit by tomorrow morning. And we're really concerned about whether the O-ring seals and these fuel joints of the solid rocket booster will operate at those temperatures properly. And I said, well, I'm very concerned about that too. They said, Al, what you need to do for us is get a hold of somebody at the Cape there from NASA to find out what they're projecting hour by hour all through the night at the launch site, not in Orlando, so that we can calculate what the actual temperature will be on various parts of our boosters by the opening of the launch window. I says, I will get that information and call it back to you. But I said, when you get it, here's what I want you to do. I want you to get the engineers together and have them make an assessment of their concerns of the cold temperatures on the sealing of those O-ring seals. And I would like them to make a recommendation as what is the lowest, safest temperature to launch that we can tolerate. And I want that decision and recommendation to be made by the Vice President of Engineering, not program management. I felt that that was a thorny technical issue and should be decided on its technical merits only. And as a result, I requested that the Vice President of Engineering make that recommendation. So I called the NASA rep there and arranged for that teleconference that evening. And it was a three-way teleconference between the engineers in Utah, those of NASA in Alabama, and our management at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. So it was not surprising to me that after the engineers presented their information, the Vice President of Engineering came on just as I requested and recommended that they do not launch the Challenger below 53 degrees Fahrenheit, which was primarily based on that observation of that flight a year earlier. the NASA management really didn't accept that conclusion and felt that if we're going to change the launch commit criteria, we needed to anchor it in something better than just this qualitative observation. And here was a condition which we had claimed was, in our opinion, going in a direction that may well cause a failure, a very catastrophic failure. And so what happened is that my boss, Mr. Joe Kilminster, who was the vice president of Space Booster Programs, came on the telecon and asked for a 5-minute offline caucus to make sure that we had presented everything that we had available to us and see if we could better analyze the joint to determine if there was a lower temperature that was safe to launch. What really surprised me was that when the management of my company came back on a half hour later on the teleconference, it wasn't the vice. It's okay to proceed with the launch as planned. No restrictions at all, no temperature requirement whatsoever. Well, NASA's reaction was that, well, they accepted that without any question, but they needed that recommendation put in writing and signed by a responsible THIACOL official. Well, I knew who that responsible THIACOL official was. That was me. That's why I was there. And I made the smartest decision I ever made in my lifetime. I refused to sign it. Now, I didn't think it was totally unethical that the NASA people questioned how we arrived at that decision and the data we presented. What was unethical is they knew that we had a moral obligation to always prove it was safe. And what they had just done was put the engineering people in a position to prove that it would fail. That's a totally different question. You're never supposed to do that. And in fact, the final decision, which I didn't know at the time, I found out later, was that the general manager decided not to listen to the engineers who still felt that it was too risky and tried to convince him not to change the decision, even though he thought that NASA had some good questions and he kind of agreed with them. He decided that he was going to poll his management team, which ended up as only the vice presidents, as to whether we should launch or not. Now, this was, at the time, all unknown to me because I was back at the Cape. But I was so disturbed with the change in the launch recommendation, and we were waiting for the written recommendation to come back from our plant in Utah, that I turned to the NASA management people and I said, I really don't feel comfortable with that decision. I don't agree with it. But more importantly, you cannot even accept that recommendation. They says, what do you mean, Al? I said, you cannot accept it because you know, and I know, that you're asking us to fly those solid rocket motors outside a temperature it's been qualified to fly in. And you can't do that. You can't fly any of the shuttle hardware outside of its qualification limits. That's against protocol, so you can't accept it. I'm recommending launching not based on what I know, but what I do not know, and you're in exactly the same position. And they said, Al, these shouldn't be your concerns, but we'll pass them on in an advisory capacity only. And they said, where's this fax that's signed by your official? And it so happened the fax machine was the other end of the building, so I went down there, and it took a while to come in, but I finally brought it back. And when I brought it back, they were in a teleconference with one of the people on the mission management team. Since I was gone for 15, 20 minutes, I presume they talked about the O-ring issue earlier, and I was shocked to find out later they never mentioned it. Well, I remember getting up early that morning of the launch, and I was carrying my briefcase in one hand and my headset in the other, going to the Launch Control Center. And I remember hearing on the radio it was 22 degrees Fahrenheit at the time. I went into the Launch Control Center and sat down at a console that I'm supposed to be at to monitor all the data on the solid rocket boosters. And in the corner of that TV monitor that I have, they have access to various cameras that are on the vehicle that you can punch in and look at. I remember I started looking at some of the cameras, and I noticed there was ice hanging on the vehicle, there was ice hanging on platforms next to it, and I quickly concluded to myself, well, they're going to launch this thing today. And the next thing I noticed was several minutes later, they decided to send an ice team out to the launch platform to knock down as much of the ice they possibly could and take it off the mobile launch platform because they're concerned of debris. And they did that. And after they did that, they picked up the count again, and they finally made another stop in the count to go back and send the ice team again to relook at the launch pad, and they did. Came back and concluded that it was okay to proceed with the launch, which really surprised me, but they did. Now, I really expected if the O-rings would fail because of cold temperature, they would do it right at ignition when you would light these solid rocket boosters. Strangely enough, some 73 seconds later, the whole vehicle looked like it had exploded in the air. And I was watching it on the TV camera with one eye on the pressure traces of solid rocket boosters and the data we were monitoring, and it was absolutely shocking to everyone who was in the control room. I could hear some people actually sobbing in the background because they knew that this was unsurvivable. I went to Huntsville, Alabama, the NASA Marshall Space Flight Center next morning to be part of the failure analysis team that NASA was forming on the solid rockets. And I was about convinced that, yeah, this was caused by, in my opinion, I thought it probably was a cracked turbine blade and the space shuttle main engines finally came loose because they were having that problem and went through the tank, and that caused the explosion. Or the tank structurally came apart and exploded. And I was ready to leave and go home because I've been gone for about a week. And I actually walked out the door and was heading out the door. And this fellow from NASA that I argued with the night before, named Larry Malloy, said, Al, you need to get back in here. I says, why? He says, we've got Jim Kingsbury, the Director of Science and Engineering for Marshall, that's at the Cape looking at some movies and films of the launch. And he claims he can see some fire coming out of the side of one of your solid rocket boosters just before the explosion. My heart sank when I saw the actual launch film because I thought, you know, it probably did happen exactly for the reason we were concerned the night before the launch. The O-rings were too cold. And it wasn't until President Reagan decided to form a presidential commission where the real answers came out, and primarily from me, not NASA. What had happened is I stayed and worked on that failure team, and within a few days, I presented to NASA exactly how the Challenger failed. And it was due to the cold O-ring issue that we had addressed the night before. It just manifested itself in a final failure quite different than we expected. But that's why it really failed. It was clear they didn't want to hear that. And what had happened was one of the NASA people in Washington, who was a budget analyst, had sent a memo he had written to the New York Times. And it was about this problem that we had with this O-rings and the joints. Well, at that time, NASA had never briefed the President Commission on anything that caused the accident at all. They knew nothing about any. And yet, it was almost a week earlier, I'd briefed them exactly what caused it. So they scheduled a closed hearing that afternoon with NASA. Well, NASA wanted all my charts that I had given to headquarters the previous summer, and I gave it to them. And I remember going up to this briefing, and it was in the old executive office building next to the White House. And the NASA folks made it very clear they were going to give the entire briefing. No one else needed to make any comments unless they were specifically requested to do so. And the fellow's briefing was a fellow I argued with, and he was going through these charts, and he briefed for about an hour and a half. And the commission asked for a break. They took a break. They came back, and I remember Dr. Sally Ride, before she sat down, she was thumbing through a bunch of pink telephone slips. She says, before we get back to the briefing, because the guy was going to I'd like to ask you a question. I returned a few of my phone calls. And one of them was some reporter here in Washington that asked me if it was really true. They'd heard a rumor that one of the contractors may have been concerned about the cold temperatures affecting their hardware. May have even recommended not launching. Is that really true? In fact, he said we had a teleconference about their concerns of the projected temperatures on the field joints and O-rings. And as a result of that teleconference, we had all our engineers in communication with all our engineers in Alabama and management at Kennedy and reviewed all that. And as a result of that conference, Martin Thackall recommended that we proceed on with the launch as planned. And they submitted a written statement to that effect. He went back to his briefing. And I thought, well, I guess that's a true statement, but that is about misleading as anything I ever saw, and was certainly unethical. And so I finally started walking down the stairs towards the conference table that the commissioners were sitting at. And Mr. Larry Malloy was giving this briefing, was giving one of the charts that I'd given him, in fact, that morning. He was being asked some questions about it. He said, I think Al McConnell has something to add here. I said, I think this commission should know that Martin Thackall was so concerned about the projected cold temperatures on our field joints and O-rings that we recommended not launching below 53 degrees Fahrenheit. I remember Chairman William Rogers, who was the head of the Presidential Commission, and his vice chairman, who was Neil Armstrong, and Dr. Richard Feynman. They all kind of stood up and tried to peek at who this guy was coming down here. And William Rogers was the ex-secretary of state under Nixon and attorney general under Eisenhower. And he looked at me and he says, well, who in the hell are you? He said, would you please come down here on the floor and repeat what I think I heard? Because if I heard what I think I heard, this will be in litigation for years to come. My life changed when he said that, because I knew who was going to be in the middle of all of this litigation for years to come, me. Looking back at all the decisions and things that happened, there's two criteria I always look at with regard to ethics. There's ethics that are associated with having to make tough decisions, tough pressure, time constraints in that environment, and then there's those that aren't, which I consider those, frankly, are the worst ethical issues. And both of those occurred in the Challenger decision. I'm proud of what I did, but as far as ethics was concerned, the biggest breach of ethics was the fact that both my company and NASA attempted to cover up what really happened that night before the launch. And there was obfuscation by NASA on what really caused the final accident, which I went over with the Presidential Commission before they filed the report, and they agreed with me. And to me, that was a bigger error than the pressure at the time to launch from a breach of ethics, because they had time to think about it and deceive people. One of the big disappointments I had after going through all that, and a lot of the lessons that were learned from Challenger were fairly well implemented immediately after, but they carried over to a point where they finally were forgotten some 17 years later. When they launched the Columbia that year in 2003, they clearly saw on the film this huge piece of foam, it was called ramp foam, off the tank impact the orbiter. And it actually impacted the leading edge rather than under the tile and shattered. They then ran some analysis of what that impact damage could be. And they had the fanciest, most up-to-date computer model there was available at that time in 2003, and concluded that the damage wasn't significant enough that they couldn't return home safely. There were some engineers at Langley that didn't feel comfortable that that was the case, and said, well, we can find out for sure by asking the Department of Defense to turn one of their spy satellites towards the orbiter in orbit, facing towards it, and it will see it in spades if it has significant damage that it would be a catastrophic reentry. So they made a specific request to the mission management team to do that. And it so happened that the mission management team declined that request on the basis that they'd had an analysis done by Boeing on this crater model computer program that was the most fancy thing in the world, and that they don't feel there was adequate damage, so they didn't need to go through the protocol and all to make a request to make these pictures. It was the first time in the 50-year history of NASA that I saw they went from a can-do attitude to a can't-do, and that was the most serious mistake, the most unethical mistake I think they probably made in their entire history. One of the lessons learned I tell students also is, don't always believe in all your big computer programs. Use your gut feeling and some back-of-the-envelope test of reasonableness checks on some of those answers, because that will give you far more confidence. And I'll tell you, some people have better judgment just saying, you know, it doesn't smell right, and you need to do that. And so that's the other lesson learned. And don't presume anything. If you think it's important, make sure that what you thought was important got to the right people. So that's what I wish I would have done.
One more. This is a current video relating to the war in.
Well, I'm going to talk about my experiences with being at that particular.
We're talking about tanks, troops, and tires now, and what's wrong, perhaps, with Russian logistics. And we're really happy to have somebody who started this conversation going for thousands of people. Trent Talenko is a former staff specialist with the U.S. Defense Department and a former U.S. Army vehicle auditor, and he joins us now. Trent, it's great to have you, because I, as I say, like tens of thousands of other people, saw a Twitter thread that you put up early in the first week or two of the war. You shared photos that you had found on Twitter about your experience working on Army vehicles, but more important, about those bogged down tanks, trucks. We're looking at some of them now. That may have been hit as well. But I'm just wondering about what have you seen?
All right, those two photos you saw were pictures of U.S. Army FMTV trucks that were sent back to Sealy, Texas after being hit by IEDs. It is because I was there when those trucks were coming in that I could recognize what was going on with the Russian vehicles in Ukraine. And when it came to tires, I spent 10 years auditing preventive maintenance on trucks that the Army had purchased from the contractor, hadn't been delivered yet. What that meant was that I could tell at a glance what was going on with the Russian tires. Most modern trucks have something called the central tire inflation system. It's basically a little electronic device that sends air out to the tires so you can go in mud and not get stuck. The problem with the system and with tires is it has to be exercised between once a week and once a month. And when we saw a $20 million Russian air defense vehicle stuck in the mud with its tire ripped apart, I understood immediately that if you're not maintaining a $20 million air defense vehicle, that just driving it once a month, you're not going to be doing that with trucks. And what that means is when the Russians moved into Ukraine, vehicles that had not been moved in over a year, and they started using the central tire inflation system, well, the sides of the tires get very brittle by being out in the sun and not being moved. So when you air them down and crunch down the tires, suddenly all that brittle rubber cracks and the tires flatten. And in the case of the picture that I used to start that thread, you see the tire literally rip apart in the mud. The thing about corruption that they taught me as a government auditor is it cannot be centralized. If you've got someone at the top saying, well, I'm not going to buy the 100,000-mile tire, I'm going to buy the 40,000-mile tire and pocket the difference and put that on Russian trucks, that means everyone else in the chain of command is doing similar things to pocket a little bit of that money. So if you saw something so basic on so expensive a vehicle, it told everyone that knew anything about motor pools and preventive maintenance, the Russians weren't doing it. And you can talk to some, go ahead.
You sent us a bunch of images. Were those your images that we were airing just a minute ago? You can see them on the screen, right? All right, let's air those again. Let's air those again and explain what we're looking at, why you sent those to us, because you wanted to make a point about these specific images. So go ahead.
All right, that vehicle that you just saw was, and the ones that you're seeing are trucks that came back from Iraq in 2005 and 2006 to be rebuilt in Sealy, Texas. You're seeing the effect of blast of a mine, a big explosive planted on the side of the road, sending fragments through an unarmored vehicle. All right, right there, you're seeing a steel bed on a truck. Russian trucks don't use steel beds, they use wood. It's cheaper, we use it in commercial trucking all the time. The problem is in a real war, when a blast goes off, that wood shatters and there's flying fragments that will eviscerate troops that are anywhere near it. This is the difference between an army that fights a lot of wars and an army that does internal security. They make those kind of make or buy decisions reflect the kind of missions that the army has. Right now, Russia, go ahead.
Well, I thank you very much. You're describing for us exactly what I think so many people find so interesting about your contributions on this subject. That there's the old line, for the want of a nail, the horse was lost, right? And it goes all the way down to the want of the nail, because the kingdom was lost, right? And that's they're not rotating their tires, they're not maintaining them. And you're also talking about corruption, people skimming some of the procurement budget and putting it in their own pockets. So is the Russian force outdated or corrupt or inexperienced? How do you read what we're seeing that is so surprising to the world that thought this was a mighty army?
And can they withstand Ukrainian assets?
Well, Russia has a huge army. It is an army that is much bigger than Ukraine's. And when it comes to logistics, they focus on railways, not trucks, because railways are cheaper. You can move more heavy equipment, longer distances. The Russians build their army around rails, and trucks move everything from the rails to wherever they want to go. NATO experts identified this weakness before the war. The Russians can move about 90 miles or 145 kilometers before they start reaching the end of their truck line of supply. They're trying to push to Kiev, which is a little over 150 kilometers, and the Ukrainians flooded the areas around the roads. So they're stuck on the road, so Ukrainian drones can go out and whack trucks. In other places, the Ukrainians have been ambushing trucks, and the heat from the vehicles are destroying pieces of the road. So even though the road is the same distance, because you've got roads filled with trucks with exploded ammunition all over the road, it's much deadlier and it takes much longer to go the same distance, because you've got to very slowly go around those scenes of wrecked trucks that you see over and over again on social media.
And that has slowed them down. The old saying, what do they say? That amateurs talk strategy, professionals talk logistics. And Trent Talenko, I think that's one of the things you've really brought to the discussion. That's at Trent Talenko on Twitter, and we thank you very much for your insight and help.
We're going to keep following.
Yan, sandali. Balik ko lang yung ating presentation. So, question guys. Ito may prize po yung makakasagot sa question na to kung nanood kayo ng video. Okay, the main reason for the accident of Columbia shuttle is because of the defective or low quality O-rings. Is it true or false? Kung sino po yung unang sumagot dyan sa chat, siya po mananalo ng 100 pesos na ano. Yun, may nanalo na. Ayan, si Cyril po yung nanalo. Ang challenger po yung may defective O-ring kanina sa video. Yan. Ang challenger po ay nag-crash due to faulty, what you call this, ceramic heat protector nung re-entry niya. So yung challenger, siya yung nag-crash yung pabalik sa Earth. Yung challenger yung nag-crash, sumabog bago siya umalis sa Earth. Yung Columbia yung nag-crash nung pabalik siya sa Earth. So, ang nanalo po ay si Cyril. Guys, paki-take yung name, number niya para ma-send ko yung congratulations. Yan. So, may mga questions na akong nakita dito and I appreciate yung mga tanong nyo. And kung may mga questions pa kayo related to this, no, especially yung mga young guys natin which are just beginning into their professional careers, na kung ano yung magiging inputs ko regarding quality management, please do so, no? Please ask the questions para at least meron kayong idea kung paano yung tawag dito, paano yung future or paano yung magagamit yung quality management system into your career. Ayan. Okay. The second question is, ano yung main reason nung kung bakit, 'di ba, sinabi ng Russia na sandali lang yung war. Pero ultimately, dun sa kung nakita nyo, no, nagkaroon ng analysis yung guest dun sa interview. Ultimately, on the analysis of the data, dun sa nakikita nilang fault, ano yung naging cause kung bakit hanggang ngayon hindi nanalo yung Russia sa war sa Ukraine. Yan. Yung makakasagot ko, may 100 ulit. For logistics, Hindi po. That's one part, yes. But ultimately, low maintenance, hindi rin. Just part. Yan. Nagsisimula po siya sa letter C. Yun. Si Steven ang nakasagot. Yan. So, due to corruption, di ba? Nag-discuss tayo kanina that the quality management system is basically the driving force yung senior management, no? In the case of the Russian army, yung driving force niyan, yung senior officials din nila. It goes down from Putin to his senior advisors, senior commanders. Yan. Due to their corruption, poor yung quality ng tires, hindi namin maintain yun. Kasi bakit hindi namin maintain? Wala na kasing pera na pumupunta para sa maintenance. Yan. So, nakita nyo how the guy analyzed the situation. No? Ganon din tayo pagka meron tayong mga non-conformances sa site, no? Sa projects or sa company natin, nag-analyze tayo. If you have seen the analysis ng guest, since yung guest natin is hindi naman siya related sa Russian government, we can safely say na na unbiased yung analysis niya, which is nakikita naman natin, no? So ganun din dapat tayo when it comes to analysis ng mga faults, analysis ng mga analysis ng mga non-conformances, di ba? Nakita nyo dun sa analysis din dun sa challenger, di ba? He stood his ground even if hindi sumang-ayon yung senior management ng NASA sa kanya. He did not sign. He did not sign that authorization for the takeoff, no? Nakita natin. Because why? He knew himself, technically sound yung kanyang analysis na magkakaroon ng problema, which is nagkaroon nga, unfortunately. So, we can see here the effect of poor quality management systems or adherence to poor quality management systems, no? It can range for as simple as a defective phone. Kung may product ka sa phone, it can result to you losing the war or prolonging the war. No? It can result to a high-profile accident, yung nakita natin sa Challenger at saka sa Columbia. Many others, especially sa sa industry natin in aviation, for example, or any other. Ayun. So, we will go now. Congratulations to Steven at saka si Cyril. No? Guys, paki-take note yung number nila mamaya para ma-send ko sa GCash yung kanilang price. Yan. Second part natin sa practical applications na tayo. So, dito natin ma-implement yung sinabi natin kanina, pinag-usapan natin. Dali lang. Yan. Quality assurance versus quality control. Another prize ito sa mga nakikinig dyan ng mga participants natin. Which is more proactive approach on quality management? Is it quality assurance or quality control? Ayun, ang bilis ni Oliver, no? Tama yung sagot niya. Assurance. So, quality assurance is actually a proactive approach into quality management. Yung quality control, doon na pumapasok yung investigation, yung pag-stop work, yung mga ganon, tapos yung stop production. Yan, dyan na pumapasok. Pero yung quality assurance, this is how you document on how you will do the product or the job correctly. Ito yung magsasabi sa iyong client, sa iyong mga customers, that you have a very product with high quality and that you will do the job fairly high quality rin, no? So quality assurance can be defined as part of the quality management, focus on providing confidence that quality requirements will be fulfilled. How you will demonstrate that? Of course, isusulat mo. I-approve yan ng iyong top management, okay? I-approve yan ng relevant personnel, okay? I-approve yan, i-review nila, pipirmahan nila yan. The confidence provided by the quality assurance is twofold. One, internally to management and externally to customers, government agencies, regulators, certifiers, and third parties. Kung nakita nyo kanina dun sa unang video, no, binalikan nila lahat ng mga mga reports, lahat ng mga analysis, mga data nila, during the investigation. That's why nandito externally government agencies and regulators, nandito rin. So imagine nagtatrabaho ka halimbawa sa ABS-CBN, okay? And mali yung na-broadcast mo and you were able to broadcast some maybe confidential information na hindi naman dapat i-broadcast. So makikita doon sa mga sa mga procedures nito. How do you authorize broadcast, 'di ba? Magkaroon ba ng lapse or what? Ba makikita doon. Diyan pumapasok mga regulators. An alternate definition is all the planned and systematic activities implemented within the quality system that can be demonstrated to provide confidence that a product or service will fulfill requirements for quality. It can be described as both proactive and process-oriented. So when you say quality assurance, you're basically looking after yung mga processes natin, okay? At hindi yung end product, okay? Yung mga process ang tinitignan, okay, yun yung nire-review mo. Whereas quality control, it mainly focuses on the end product, okay? Quality control can be defined as part of the quality management focused on fulfilling quality requirements. While quality assurance relates to how a process is performed, on how a product is made, quality control is more of inspection aspect of the quality management system. An alternate definition is the operational techniques and activities used to fulfill requirements for quality. It is a reactive approach to quality management. Okay. So both the quality assurance plan and quality control plan are different iterations of quality plans. Okay. A quality plan is a document or several documents that together specify quality standards, practices, resources, specifications, and the sequence of activities relevant to a particular product, service, project, or contract. QHSC plan, quality plan din ito, kaya lang integrated na siya sa HSC, Health, Safety, and Environmental Plan. The trend right now is going towards integrated QHSC, you know. Dati-rate, usually you only have quality engineers. Now you have quality QHSC engineers. This is basically due to maybe cost cutting or maybe a specialization na rin, no? Kasi yung HSC at saka quality, magkadugtong kasi bitukan yan when it comes to implementation requirements and documentation wise. Quality assurance plan, okay, is issued to define the criteria and processes that will ensure and verify the data, that data meets specific data quality objectives throughout the data life cycle. Okay? So again, yung quality assurance plan, dito nakalagay lahat ng process. No? Paano mo chine-check yung mga process, yung completeness nila, applicability nila, dito mo na-check. And then of course, you have the quality control plan, which is a written set of procedures and activities aimed at delivering products that meet quality objectives for project as stated in contract, documents, and other procedures, manuals, and guidance. Yan. So, in some cases, yung quality control plan and quality assurance plan, pinag-iisa na lang at tinatawag siyang quality plan. In some cases naman, magkaiba to. Depende yan sa requirement ng contract mostly or depende yan sa discretion ng kumpanya kung ano yung approach na gagawin. Of course, in any given project, for example, in our case, yung mga nagtatrabaho dito project-wise sa Qatar or maybe sa Philippines, you are required to conduct quality control for every aspect of the jobs na natatapos, di ba? Or any product that you deliver. Dito pumapasok yung mga inspections, dito pumapasok yung mga ang tawag dito, acceptance, yung mga ganon, pinipirmahan ng mga client. These are the 6 required procedures in establishing a quality plan. Okay, you have to identify or reiterate control of documents and then control of records. You have to make a procedure for internal audit. You have to make a procedure on how to control non-conforming products, a procedure on how to conduct a corrective action, and then of course, ultimately you have to show procedures on how to conduct preventive action. So in relation to this, we have the following management tools, no, for quality control. This is a simple flow chart. Okay. Halimbawa, ito, in this case, yung childcare drop-off process flow. Halimbawa, so magsa-sign in yung parents, yung pangalan ng bata kukunin. Okay, may mga workflow. So this flow chart can be adapted or modified, added to, no, para malaman mo kung paano. Halimbawa, kung gusto mong mag-conduct ng for the manufacture, for creation of, for example, ng mga, halimbawa, itong seminar na to, in our case, sa IECEP, no? Pwede mo siyang gawin in a process flow. Like for example, identify first kung ano yung topic, and then kailan, sino yung mga involved, identify yung mga magma-manage halimbawa ng presentation, ng mga materials, mga ganon. So, pwedeng gamitin ito. Check sheet, ganon din. So, this is an example. You can almost always use a check sheet. Sa mga inspection forms na ginagamit, may mga check sheet yan to make it simple for the inspector to do his job. Like, for example, you install a cable. Okay? Ano ba yung kailangan i-check sa cable? I-check mo yung size, yung manufacturer niya. O i-check mo kung na-test mo to. I-check mo yung length. Okay? I-check mo yung insulation niya kung tama ba as per the requirement. So yun, mga ganun. So if you're doing an inspection, I always almost suggest you have a check sheet with you so that you attach that to the inspection sheet, and then it makes life easier for everybody. This is an Ishikawa diagram, or commonly called the fishbone diagram. This one is basically used when doing fault analysis, yung kanina, yung mga nakita natin kanina, no? Yung halimbawa yung sa challenger kanina. So, yung cost one, ano ba yun? ano yung end effect, di ba? Sumabog yung challenger. So, isusulat mo lahat dito yung probable cost. So, halimbawa in the example here, volunteers doesn't show up for scheduled shift. What are the reasons? Maybe he did not receive the schedule. So, ito yung mga reasons. Susulat mo lang lahat dyan. The issue with the volunteer role. Maybe ayaw niya yung role niya kaya hindi siya pupunta. Maybe may sakit siya. Diba? Or maybe nakalimutan niya. So, yung kanina, napaka-complicated nung is rocket science, right? Pero, most probably, ganito rin yung approach na ginawa nila. They just listed ano yung end result. So, they put all the causes here. Ano ba yung unang problema nakita niya? O yung pangalawang nakita niya, maybe dun sa launcher pad or sa maybe sa ano, di ba? Dun sa mismong lining ng kanilang launcher, or maybe sa fuel. Wala naman doon. So, using this analysis, you can pinpoint exactly nasan yung fault. And then ito, Pareto analysis. This is a good tool to use pag marami na talagang problema na dumarating sa process, no? We almost always see that 80% of all the non-conformances or the problems can be resolved by solving only 20%, focusing on the 20%. Like for example here, yung cracks, okay? Pinakamarami yung cracks, diba? If you sum all this one, okay? 60 na yung maano mo pag sinolve mo lang yung cracks. Okay, pag nag-focus ka sa cracks, tinanggal mo lahat ng cracks and scratches, almost 80% na ng mga defects ang masosolve mo, no? So focus on the process kung bakit nagkaka-cracks or scratches. Applicable din yan sa job mo. You have to analyze the data carefully, no? Tingnan mo, ano ba yung nagko-cause ng pinakamaraming rejections? Like for example, dati sa trabaho ko sa airport, most ng rejections namin is due to, hear this out, due to unapproved drawings. So 80%, mostly 80% ng trabaho namin na-reject kasi hindi approve yung drawings, no? So what did our company do? We stopped work for two weeks just to get all the drawings approved. And then, doon pa lang kami nag-resume ng construction sa site, sa airport. We can imagine, no, yung 2 weeks, ang daming nawalang man hours doon kung titingnan mo, di ba? Nawala, na-delay. Pero if you look at the bigger picture, 80% ng rejection namin galing lang doon sa mga unapproved drawings. And ever since nag-stop kami to focus on the drawings first, get them approved, doon naayos na yung mga rejections, no? Hindi na ganun kadami. And then ito pa, po kayo, no? Sino na naka-encounter na pinasok yung USB, hindi siya pumasok, tapos pinasok mo ulit, hindi pa rin siya pumasok? Eh dalawang ano lang, 'di ba? Dalawang orientation lang naman yung USB pag pinasok mo, 'di ba? Para pumasok siya sa computer para ma-read niya. Pero ewan ko ba't gano'n, no? Pero kung makikita niyo dito sa second example here, meron tayong dalawang form ng USB, yung isa USB-C, yung isa yung luma, 'di ba? So itong luma, yung maliit, merong chance na magbaligtad yan, no? Pero yung USB-C, wala nang chance. Kahit pa paano ipasok yan, di ba? Papasok at papasok yan sa charger, papasok at papasok yan sa cellphone. This is a great example ng po kayo, no? You are mistake-proofing, you're idiot-proofing any process. Now, how can this be implemented sa ating trabaho? Like for example, kanina yung sinabi ko, nare-reject yung trabaho namin dahil sa puro hindi approve yung drawings. So we made it a fact na before we authorize any job, walang mag-i-start ng trabaho unless yung na-issue na drawing is approved. Ganun lang kasimple. Or for example, anong tawag dito? Gagamit ka ng ng cable, ilalagay mo sa anong tawag dito? Kailangan mo lang ng specific length ng cable na gagamitin, let's say 10 meters. Okay? So, anong gagawin mo? Kukuha ka ng maybe pipe or anything that you can measure against na 10 meters or susukatan mo or dadalhin mo yung mga cables mo na naka 10 meters na, naka-cut na ng 10 meters para pagdating mo sa site. Hindi ka na mamumroblema kung ganon. So, you make life simple, no? Tignan mo yung process mo. Paano mo ba maiiwasan na magkamali yung mga tao? You put that into the process itself. Para yung process mismo, siya na yung magga-guide. Like in this case, yung USB-C, no? Eh, hindi ka na magkakamali dyan. Pag nagkamali ka pa dyan, ay baka ibang cellphone yung gamit mo. You know? Iba yung sinasaksakan mo. So, the idea was originally developed in the 1960 by Shigeo Shingo, who was one of the IE engineers at Toyota. Toyota may pakanan nito. Sila rin may pakanan ng ibang innovations like 5S. Ayan. So, method statement, okay, this is a specific document, especially for doing construction job. Okay, this can also be done for maintenance projects or maybe I'm not really sure if that this can be implemented also sa manufacturing, no? Para makita yung mga procedures. Kasi yung method statement, it shows you how to carry out a specific type of work safely and conforming to customer requirements. You have to be specific here. Okay? Napaka-importante nito, ang word na specific. So for example, you are what do you call this? You're going to install fiber optic cables for with two terminals. Iba yung inspection yung method statement. Yung construction ng duct bank or construction ng mga ductways, no? Iba yung method statement ng laying ng cable itself. Iba yung method statement yung pag-i-install ng mga cabinets. Iba-iba yon. You don't want to mix them. You want the document to be as concise and as specific as you can para hindi malito yung mga tao. It's upon po kayo, no? Kasi pag halo-halo yan sa isang method statement, baka magka-problema ka. A work method statement, sometimes called the SAFE system of work, okay, is a document that details the way a work task or process is to be completed. The method statement should outline the hazards involved and include a step-by-step guide on how to do the job safely. It is a document containing design, quality, HSE requirements of a particular section of work. So kung makikita nyo dito sa last part, a method statement contains design, quality, and HSE requirements. So, napakaganda ng method statement kasi pagka binigay mo to sa tao mo at may papagawa ka, pumunta siya sa site, ito lang ang kailangan niyang dalhin. Kasi nandun na yung mga design, nandun na yung mga drawings, okay? Nandun na yung mga quality requirements, even no, yung mga checklist mo na gagamitin sa sa inspections, ina-attach mo yan dyan. And of course, yung HSE requirements. Kasi gusto mo na pag nagawa yung trabaho, hindi lang maganda yung quality, safe pang nagawa. I'll flash one example of a method statement here. Para makita natin, no? Ano ba yung pinagsasabi ko rito? Nakikita nyo ba, guys?
Yes, sir, it's visible po.
Okay. So, this is a simple method statement for an ILS, instrument landing system. Okay. So, you have all the necessary identification of the documents saying what's the approval status. Okay. Status 1, work may proceed. Okay. So, lahat ng mga drawings namin a while ago, yung sinasabi ko kanina, no, hindi sila approved. Pero nagpo-proceed pa rin kami. So, ayan. So, ito yung isa sa mga method statement. As you can see, the corresponding engineers pertaining to the specific job have signed it. Okay? Even yung authorized representative, which is yung pinakamataas sa amin, pinirmahan din niya. And then, of course, it was reviewed and approved by the, what you call this, the client themselves. No? So, on revision 0, ayan, halimbawa, ito yung mga comments nila. Okay? You have to modify the documents to accommodate the comments. Then dito. So, makikita mo dito sa first part, of course, yung title, nakita na natin kanina, no? Sa first part, nandun yung scope of work. Ano lang yung scope na kasama dito sa method statement na to? And then, yung safety and health aspect ng method statement, meron pang environmental issue, and then yung quality assurance part. See? Nandun na siya, kompleto na siya. So, ililista mo lahat yan dito in a certain document like this so that pag pagpa-construct ka sa site, dinala to ng tao mo, alam na niya saan ko ko-construct to? Dito. Anong gagawin ko dito? Dito. Even the materials that you need are listed here. Oh, even the equipment that you will need are listed here. Ayan. Sa mga references, nandito lahat, yung mga kailangan mong documents na i-refer. Okay? Actually, ito yung mga documents na ginamit namin, yeah, to finalize this document, to make a summary out of it. And then, nandito yung mga plant and equipment na kailangan gamitin. Diba? Nakalista lahat. So, this is one way of mistake-proofing yung job. No? Nandito na lahat. So, pag wala dito yung equipment, hindi mo siya kailangan. Pag nakalista dyan, of course, kailangan mo siya. Diba? O, ayan, materials nakalagay din. And specific siya for each location. O. So, nandito na lahat, yung mga kailangan mo. Yan, nakalista. Si napaka-specific niya. Each of the equipment na ilalagay, nandyan lahat yung mga materials na kailangan mo. And then, of course, ayan na, it started here, okay, kung paano yung implementation ng work. Okay, general guidelines. O, bago ka daw magtrabaho, kailangan ma-inspection muna yung actual site if the conditions are okay. Okay? In order to follow sequence of works based on approved shop drawings. Ito, napaka-importante, approved. And then here, nire-refer niya, make sure all the relevant documents are approved. Itong method statement na to, yung mga materials, ITP, drawings, specification, etc. etc. So, diba? Napakaganda ng document na to. If you're going to utilize it, it will make your life very easy. So dito, you have to be a competent person na alam yung ginagawa and how to execute the work in order for you to identify, how to do and manage the job. Okay? Most probably sa section na to, ang gumawa nito is yung site engineer namin together with the technical people, no? Yan, kung paano nila execute yung job. So once masigurado nila na okay na yung location, titingnan mo ngayon yung mga materials. Na-deliver ba ng maayos, di ba? Step by step, at saka specific. Tapos work methodology, specific ulit siya sa location. Kung localizer ba yan, kung glide path ba yan, di ba? Ito, may kanya-kanya silang steps naka-indicate sa method statement. And then, pati commissioning, nilagay na namin dito. Of course, yung organizational responsibility, kung nakita nyo kanina, sa ISO kanina, di ba? Kailangan ng organization at responsibility. Nakalagay din siya dito. It's one of our ways of complying with the requirements. Ewan kung nababasa nyo to. Yan. So nakalagay din dito anong responsibility ng bawat personnel na nakalagay dyan, no? Ito yung mga workforce. Ito pala yung pangalan ko. Yan. So, ayan na. After all that, nakalagay dito sa huli. So, even yung mga emergency scenario, naka-indicate dito. Pag nangyaring accident, meron kayong, ayan, merong workflow yung gagawin. Ito, sinasabi ko kanina, ito yung checklist para sa quality. Okay? Ito yung mga checklist. So dito pa lang, nati-check mo na yung trabaho. Take note hindi pa yan sa final inspection. During construction pa lang yan. Okay? Kasi, ayaw mong inspectionin, nalalagay mo na yung cable or nalagay mo na yung equipment or nalagay mo na yung kailangan mong ilagay, mali pala. So, step by step, no? Kailangan meron kang step by step. Ano na to? Sa safety na to. Ano natin i-discuss to. So, yung next part ng discussion natin will revolve sa ITP. Kung saan, makikita nyo kung paano naman ang implementations. Ito siya, yung ITP. Yung ITP naman is a guide para, halimbawa, nakita nyo kanina step by step yung application, yung construction, no? Sa ITP, sasabihin ka niya, bago ka mag-proceed, check muna natin to. Bago mo ilay yung cable, check muna natin yung duct bank, check muna natin yung trench. Tama ba yung trench na ginawa mo? Kasi baka nilagay mo yung cable, mali naman yung trench, di ba? E di, uhukayin mo ulit yun. Let's go back to the presentation. So, kanina nakita nyo, yung method statement, nandun yung general description. Ano ba yung method statement na yan? Para saan yun? Yung scope of work, nakalagay doon, specific. Yung definition and abbreviation, kanina nakita nyo, naka-define lahat ng mga equipment, naka-define lahat ng mga process. Yan. References for plant and equipment, yung materials, site planning and preparation, and then of course yung work methodology. Organization, responsibility, and supervision, and then workforce. So, hindi ko na nilagay dito, pero kailangan din, of course, yung safety at quality aspects niya. Kasi yung quality aspects, dito talaga papasok yan sa inspection test plan. What is an inspection test plan? An inspection test plan is the document that will tell you how to carry out inspection in stages, take note, in stages, generally based on the method statement. It defines which records are to be generated. It defines the required tests that needs to be conducted. And it defines also the non-conformance criteria. Bakit siya marireject? Okay, ito yung mga parts niya. Activity description, controlling document, acceptance criteria, frequency verifying, documents inspection, hold points. Tingnan natin yung example ng ITP. Yan. Ito yung example ng ITP. Okay? Pareho din siya. ITP siya nung ILS kanina. Okay? Inspection Test Plan. Ito, status niya is Code 2. Okay? So may mga comments pa to. Pero minor na lang. So nakalagay dito kanina, ito rin yung nakita natin kanina sa method statement. Siyang siya, di ba? So yung mga checklist nandito, mga abbreviation nandito, yun pala yun, kaya code 2. So yung mga references na reiterate dito, yung method statement kanina, which is this one. Ito yan. Ito yung number niya, 4001. Okay. Installation manual, nandyan. Inspection test plan, of course, ito. So ito. Ito basically yung inspection test plan. Ganito siya, table siya. No? So, yung sa activity, yung number na to, yan yung sequence kung paano mo siya i-inspectionin. Ano yung i-inspectionin mo? And then, yung inspectionin mo, anong documents ang basis mo? Ito to. Ang acceptance criteria is, paano ka magpo-proceed with the installation? Halimbawa, itong CDR2 na to, pag 3 yan, hindi ka pwede mag-proceed. Ganon din siya pag code 2, code 1 or 2, pag code 3 yan, hindi ka pwede mag-proceed. Kailan mo siya i-inspection kailan mo to i-check yung installation manual? Halimbawa, prior to start of work, dapat yung installation manual mo is either code 1 or code 2. Okay? Itong nakalagay na to, H, H, and R, ang ibig sabihin ng H, ito sa baba, hold point. Written notification is required. Contractor may not proceed beyond this point without the written confirmation of the engineer. Okay? W means written witness, written notification required, but contractor may proceed if yung client did not attend. Surveillance, no notification required, but activity may be subjected to surveillance monitoring. R means review of documents is required. Okay? Tingnan natin dito kung ano yung mga, ano na yan, mga H, no? Ito. So, dito, pre-installation check. So, bago ko install yung equipment, i-check ko muna yung civil aspects niya. Tama na ba yung pundasyon? Okay? Tama na ba yung location? Okay? So, yung client, pwede siyang pumunta, pwede siyang hindi. Nakalagay dito, surveillance. Ako, as a contractor, kailangan ko siyang makita. I need to witness it. Diba? Pag na-witness ko, okay na yan, then we can proceed to the next one. Dito medyo merong konting merong konting kagat. Okay? So, pag nalagay na doon, i-check mo na ngayon, tama ba yung orientation, yung marking at saka alignment. Okay? Tingnan nyo dito, pagdating sa contractor sa akin at saka sa subcontractor, naka-hold point siya. Ibig sabihin, I will not allow this tightening, yung next activity, if this activity here, yung orientation at saka alignment natin, is hindi siya na-approve. Bakit? Kasi pag tinighten ko na yung bolt, hindi ko na siya magagalaw, di ba? So, I have to make sure that all the orientation, all the elevation, marking, tama lahat yan bago mo i-tighten yung bolt. Because you don't want to, luluwagan mo na naman ulit yung bolt para i-orient mo siya. So you see, here, dito pa lang, pag nagkamali ka na dito, okay lang kasi mako-correct mo pa siya before you proceed to the next activity. Pero imagine, no? Hindi mo siya na-check dito. Hindi ka naka-hold point dyan. Gawa. Hanggang nakapunta ka na dito. Nalagay mo na yung localizer antenna mo. Okay? Na-install mo na. And then you came to find out, i-check mo ngayon. Ngayon mo palang i-check after you install the localizer antenna. Ngayon mo palang i-check kung tama yung orientation. nung pedestal, di ba? So napakalayo nung babalikan mo. Tatanggalin mo muna yung antena, luluwagan mo yung mga bolts, di ba? There are some bolts na one time use lang, di ba? So mahirap 'yon. So anong point ko dito? You have to be able to be familiarized with the job that you are doing para malaman mo kung saan yung hold point. Right? So, ang inspection test plan, it requires familiarity and expertise bago mo siya magawa. Hindi siya pwedeng gagawin mo lang just because you want to inspect it at this point or at that point. No, hindi. Pagbabasehan mo dyan yung design, pagbabasehan mo dyan yung method statement, yung construction, yung recommended procedures ng mga, halimbawa ng mga vendors or maybe ng contract, ng design parameters mo, yan. So, in our project, meron kaming inspection request na tinatawag. Ito yung document na na-generate after the inspection. Okay, nakalagay dyan kung ano yung number ng inspection request, anong reference drawing, nakalagay sa reference drawing kasi i-highlight mo sa drawing anong part lang yung i-inspectionin. Reference ITP number, ITP section, nakalagay dyan. And then ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, may checklist ka na, accepted ba yan, rejected or what, lalagay mo lahat dyan. Okay, nandyan lahat yan. Pati yung mga bolts, nakalagay dyan. Diba? May inspection ng bolts kanina, na-emphasize ko kanina, bago mo i-allow yung tightening ng bolts, i-check mo muna yung alignment. Kasi pag nagkamali ka doon, para siya magkakascade na yung mistakes mo. So, you can implement this also sa iyong trabaho. Ang key lang doon is you have to be familiar on the steps and the procedures that you are doing. Yan. So, yun na pala yung last slide natin, no? Any questions po? Yan, pwede na tayong pumunta sa ating question and answer portion.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for the insightful topic. We really acquired a lot of information. Thank you for discussing the ISO 9001 2015 version in detail and giving us relatable examples to understand each part thoroughly. Now, to cater and address the questions from our attendees, let's move on to the Q&A. For the question number 1, what is the difference between continual improvement and continuous improvement?
Actually, there is no difference here. Continual and continuous are just the same. It means that pag meron kang management system, okay, you reiterate on the management system itself, even on the policy that the company or the organization is always committed to continuous improvement. So continual and continuous are similar in this aspect. Hindi naman siya magkaiba.
Okay, thank you, sir, for clarifying it. For the question number 2, hello, sir. Thank you for sharing your expertise on QMS as part of documented information under ISO 9001:2015. I would like to ask your advice on the implementation of the document management system, specifically the as-built documents and drawings. Do you recommend adding new codes and document templates such as border, header, and footer for as-built documents and drawings to be part of references of DMS? My clarification is related to the implementation of change management for these drawings. Some changes require modification of some parts in existing drawing or additional drawing sheet for the process change.
Okay, medyo mahaba yung tanong, no? Tapos if I can see here, let's break it down, no? For shares part. I'd like to ask your advice implementation of a document management system, specifically as-built documents and drawings. Do you recommend adding new codes and document template, border, header, as-built documents and to be part of the reference for DMS? Okay, let's break this down, this question. New codes, yes, it's requirement. Okay? Actually, meron kang na-miss na step dito. Issued for construction, yun yung gagamitin mo for the construction nung particular construction nyo sa site. Yun yung final drawing before the construction. And then there's an intermediate stage between the issued for construction version of the drawing and the as-built version of the drawing. That is the red line version of the drawing. Okay? Merong tanong dito na lumusot. Sorry. Yung red line kasi, yun yung pinaka-sketch ng mga changes, no? Nanonote 'yon. As a rule of thumb, meron talagang different codes yung red line at saka yung as-built at saka yung issued for construction. Now, with regards to the document template, dito, nasa discretion yan ng either ng design team nyo or you have to check what is mentioned in your design criteria or design specification requirements, or maybe nakalagay yan sa inyong contract. Kasi may mga contracts kasi that they require you to put a separate template for the as-built, for the red line, and for the issued for construction drawings. Right? So hindi ko masasagot yung pangalawa, pero yung new codes requirement yan. Yung document template, you have to consider or you have to consult your design criteria or your design requirements or your contract. And then, ang sabi niya dito, my clarification is related to the implementation of change management for these drawings. Some changes require modification of some parts in existing drawing or additional drawing sheets. Okay. Again here, yung kasing pagre-red line at saka pang as-built, it also depends, there is a procedure there. Tingnan mo yung procedure nyo kung ano yung required. Most probably, yung red line nyo is basically for each drawing or each section of the constructed part ng inyong ginagawa. For example, you have a plot plan showing the overall layout ng mga equipment, no? Let's say you have a control room, okay? Yung control room mo niyan, meron kang plot plan. Yes, tama. Dali, maraming lumilitaw naman, pinadidistract ako. Pero yun nga. So you have a plot plan for the room, but then again, you have a specific drawing. For example, meron lang specific cabinet for telecommunications, for example, on a specific area of the room. And that specific drawing will have its own electrical layout, electrical communications layout, okay? Maybe meron siyang civil layout, o kaya meron din siyang iba't ibang drawings, like for example, yung mounting, yung ganon. Meron mga details na ganon, no? Now, you have to consult your design parameters or design criteria on how you will go about with redlining or as-builting the specific sections. Most probably, you will have to redline yung specific sections ng mga document na yon, which is we call shop drawings or detailed drawings in other forms ng tawag nila, either shop drawings or this specific design drawings. So you have to redline that. Now, kung part lang nun yung kailangan mong i-redline or isang part lang doon yung nagkaroon ng changes, you as a contractor or as a designer, you are bound to update all the drawings, no, na related that sa changes na yon. Hindi pwedeng i-update mo lang yung isa, tapos yung halimbawa in-update mo yung shop drawing with regards to the installation ng cabinet mo. It so happens that yung affected lang doon sa design is yung communication cable. Okay? So i-update mo yon. Tapos doon sa plot plan, kung hindi naman lumitaw yung detail ng communication cable na yon, pwedeng hindi mo na i-update yung plot plan. Pero halimbawa, nagkaroon ng changes doon sa cable na yon, okay? Doon sa routing niya. Siyempre, lilitaw yan doon sa detail drawing mo or sa shop drawing mo, di ba? And that route might be reflected also on the plot plan. So, as a rule of thumb, kailangan mo ring i-update yung plot plan in general. Kasi magkakaroon ng tawag dito, disconnect or hindi sila tutugma pag nag-check in the end. So make sure yung mga i-update mong drawings, if affected yung isang drawing, you have to update the other drawings na affected din. So, yung changes nyo, yun, yung codes, right? Enough na yon to trace. Pero kasi yung yung redlining kasi, okay, you have to remember, no, pag sinabi mo as-built, final na yan, i-handover na yan. Pero yung red line, pwede mo pang palitan yung version niyan. Halimbawa, yung drawing na sinasabi ko kanina, okay, nagkaroon lang ng specific changes sa one section at this point in time. Pag magi-inspection ka and in-inspect mo lang yung particular aspect na yon, i-redline mo yon doon sa mismong inspection sheet. Ako, ganito yung approach na ginagawa ko, no? Tapos, pag natapos ulit yung other section nung job na yon on a particular drawing, halimbawa, yung right side natapos na ngayon, in-inspect mo yung right side, no? So, na-approve, meron changes, minark mo ngayon doon sa drawing na yon, doon sa inspection. And then after a week, natapos yung left side. Pero tapos na yung inspection ng right side, di ba? So, yung inspection mo ngayon, ino-note mo naman na natapos na yung right side. If there are changes, you have to put that changes itself. Ngayon napapasok yung record keeping mo. So meron kang dalawang inspection results, right? Na merong dalawang records ng pagbabago. During the latter stage ng project sa redlining at as-builting, yung mga AutoCAD designers nyo, yun ang bubunutin nila ngayon, yung mga inspection records na yon para i-compare nila. Oh, same drawing to pero they were inspected on a separate date. Pero parehong may change. So, yun. Iaano mo ngayon doon yun. Isasama mo lahat. And then at the end, i-check nyo yan. Pag natapos yung redline as-built, ang mag-check niyan is yung engineer na nag-install nun, yung nag-inspect nun, which is ikaw or maybe somebody na iba, yung inspection, yung quality engineer nyo. And then, lastly, yung consultant nyo or yung inyong client. Yan. So, ganon usually ang ginagawa namin para matrace namin yung changes. Pero nakalagay kasi dito, some changes require modification of some parts. So, yun. So, pag one part lang yung na-update, ang tanong doon is kailan. So, if those parts were modified and then updated, for example, ngayon, and wala nang in-update next time, okay na yon. Pero pagka in the future may binago ka ulit doon, you have to make sure you will refer to that previous updated drawing para ma-finalize mo yung as-built mo. I hope it's clear kung na-address ko yung mga tanong. Ayun. Thank you, Engineer Cesar. Dito ka ba sa Qatar, sir? Okay. So you have to consult, no? Consult mo yung inyong design document. Most probably nandun yon. Even yung approval ng inyong as-built, even yung generation ng red line, nandun din yon. But yung key kasi diyan, yung inspection itself. Dapat dun pa lang sa inspection, no? Ina-attach na yung drawing at yung engineer mismo or yung inspector mismo na nag-inspect dun sa ginawang trabaho, dapat dun pa lang sa inspection report binamark na yung mga changes. It will make your life very easy in the end. Kasi ang nangyayari kasi dyan, no, minsan hindi pa tapos yung project, nagre-resign na yung mga tao. And the only thing that you have are the records, no? So kung wala kayong records, mahina yung quality management system nyo, in the end, sasakit yung ulo nung magpo-close ng project. I'm just speaking through experience, no? Nangyari na rin sa amin yan a lot of times. Ayan, I hope na nakatulong, Engineer Cesar. If there are additional questions, sir, pwede nyo namang i-address sa akin yan offline para mapag-usapan natin.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge. Now let's move on with question number 3. During audits, can you merge audit program and plan, or it is a separate document?
Almost always yung audit program and audit plan is the same, no? Pero kasi yung audit program, this is a general, what you call this, document attached to the quality management system. Ang difference mainly nito is yung audit program, most probably, hindi siya ma-update unless ma-update yung buong quality management system. So yung audit program mo could be very general, no? Saying that, okay, yung document control department natin should be audited once a year. I-mention mo lang doon. Yung ating warehouse should be audited every other month, yung parang ganon. Yung iyong audit plan, okay, this is a standalone document, okay, which is very specific. So halimbawa, dun sa audit plan mo, nakalagay lahat doon yung mga audits na kailangan mong gawin within a year. Then you have to put there indicate on the audit plan exactly when. So it can be the same, it can be different, but in my personal opinion, yung audit program kasi, this is the document itself outlining the overview of when you are doing it. Pero yung plan mismo, yung kasi executory yun eh. Very specific siya when you will conduct the drawing. Yan.
Thank you, sir. Now for the question number 4. Pwede po ba mag-coexist yung two standards?
Pwede mo mag-exist yung two standards. Okay. General rule, the more stringent standards is the one that should be followed. Yun lang yun. So kung dalawa yung standard mo, kung ano yung mas stringent, yun ang susundan mo.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, it looks like...
Sandali, ma'am, balik lang ako dun sa audit program at saka audit plan, no?
Sure po, sir.
Meron lang akong clarification na ibibigay kasi may nabasa akong input kanina ito. The audit program, pwede rin kasi siyang, okay, yung audit program itself is maybe yung mismong during the audit, no? Yung kanina, yung pwede kang mag-reiterate doon, pwede mo siyang gawa ng, kami kasi ang ginagawa namin doon, yung schedule ng auditing. Hindi kasi audit program ang tawag namin doon. So schedule ng audit during the day, no? Magko-conduct ka ng audit ngayon, so nakalagay doon what time magi-start yung audit, sino yung mga kasama sa audit. I think if yun ang ibig sabihin niya ng definition ng program, yun. Parang yung pinakita mo kanina during the start of the program, di ba? Baka ganun yung ibig niya sabihin. So during the conduct of the audit, nakalagay doon sino yung mag-audit, ano yung i-audit, what time mag-aaning audit, ano lang yung scope ng audit. So maybe ganon. Pero yun nga, yung audit plan, it iterates there kung ano lahat yung mga kailangan mong gawing audit within a year or within a few months, and then you indicate the time. Yung audit program, it can either be an overview of the audit which is attached to the quality management system, or yung audit program na sinasabi niya can be yung specific steps na gagawin during the audit time. Yun. Salamat kay Sir nakita ko yung input niya kay Sir Sir Del Moro. Yun. Thank you, sir. Okay, next na tanong.
It looks like we've covered all of our questions, sir. Thank you for answering and clarifying their questions, and thank you also to those participants who asked their questions. It seems like our attendance is very engaged with the topic that you discussed, sir. And for that, I would like to express our deepest and sincerest gratitude to you, sir. On behalf of the IECEP Qatar and Tarlac chapter, it was a pleasure po to have you with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and appreciate all the active listeners, participants, and also inputs from our guests and from our participants. No? Thank you very much, IECEP Qatar and IECEP Tarlac, IECEP Zambales, for indulging or giving me the opportunity to share my knowledge to our participants. So may nagtatanong kanina yata ng some documents, no? I think this can be requested offline. Pero i-share ko lahat yung mga sa presentation kanina, even the copy of the ISO na download ko para for reference. But yun nga, takeaway, those of you who are still young on their career right now, no, I highly recommend that you take a certification or at least a training certifying you that you are familiar with the ISO 9001. It is a useful tool on your toolbox, no, sa professional toolbox nyo. Magagamit nyo yan kasi let's be clear with the approach. We are not okay when you work as an engineer, okay, you are not just working to implement a job. You have the responsibility to do the job correctly with high quality and safely. So take trainings. Mura lang naman yung mga trainings na yan, but as I've mentioned, you will be using them as long as you are working, no? Added to that, yung para sa mga safety and health na mga trainings, useful din yan. So the students na nakikinig dito and those who are young on their professional careers, please, if you can have those trainings, it's one of the soft skills that you will be using for the rest of your life. Okay po, dakal pong salamat. Maraming salamat po. And mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Again, thank you, Engineer Jason Quezon. Now, may I call on Engineer Chelsea S. Padayuman, the auditor of IECEP Tarlac, for the awarding of Certificate of Recognition to our well-regarded research speaker.
Thanks, Miss Ashley. Is my audio clear?
Yes, ma'am, it's audible po.
Thank you. Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, Qatar and Tarlac chapters, accreditation numbers 36 and 48. Certificate of Recognition. This certificate is proudly presented to Jason B. Quezon, PECE, in grateful recognition and commendation for his invaluable efforts and exemplary performance as a resource speaker with the topic Quality Management ISO 9001-2015, Practical Application to Construction Maintenance Projects during the IECEP Qatar Chapter 5th Technical Webinar 2022 in collaboration with IECEP Tarlac Chapter, given this 12th of August 2022, signed by Keherson O. Batoon, PECE, IECEP Qatar Governor, and Michelle Lucila Barbara F. Vidad, PECE, IECEP Tarlac Governor, accreditation number ECE 2009-001440.
Thank you, Engineer Padayuman, and again, thank you, Engineer Quezon. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of our VIPs, Sir Enrico Del Moro, member of PRC BEC, and Sir Alnar Detalia, chairman of PRC BECE. Sir Del Moro, do you have any message po?
I'd like just to greet everyone a good evening. Tsaka yung mga nasa Qatar. Magandang hapon.
Thank you, Sir Del Moro. Good evening din po.
Pasensya na, nasagot ako dun sa chat box ng ibang tanong. No? Kasi
No worries po.
Part of my is QMR ako dati. Quality Management Representative ako ng company namin. So, I know basically the ins and outs of ISO 17001. And kung interested kayo doon sa ganitong topic, mas marami pang standards na pwedeng mapag-aralan. Depende doon sa industry kung saan kayo. No? So merong automotive, tapos merong safety, tapos may environmental, tapos meron sa ICT, meron sa food. Lahat yun, halos pare-pareho naman yan. Matagal ko na hinawakan to. Kaya sometimes, mahirap talagang hindi sumagot. Okay, good evening po.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor to have you here po. Sir Alnar Detalia, do you have a message po?
Hi. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah. Again, I'd like to thank the the chapters who are facilitating this activity, the Qatar chapter and the Tarlac, IECEP Tarlac chapter. And I also heard earlier that also IECEP Zambales is also involved in this. No? And also personally, I'd like to thank Jason for sharing his expertise on this particular topic. As we all know, this topic cut across specialization and as well as discipline, and it's really a big help. No, this particular topic is a topic that should be discussed in a plenary. No, kasi it cut across specialization and discipline. No, but anyhow, I'd like to thank the chapters of IECEP who organized this activity. And again, I'd like to encourage these chapters to sponsor more activities of this kind. And I commend I commend the chapter who facilitated this activity. And again, good evening to all of us, and probably good afternoon to all of you there in Qatar. Keep safe, everyone, and again, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to have you with us po. And now there are a few announcements we would like to make. Here are the upcoming events of IECEP, and we hope to see you there. For the announcement, join us with the 72nd Annual General Membership Meeting and Convention by the IECEP AGM 2022, which will be held on November 15 to 17, 2022. For more details, please visit the Facebook page of IECEP National. Let us also show our support sa nakabibighaning Lakambining IECEP, Engineer Aubrey Kiara Padernal, our representative in Lakambining Ingeniera 2022. Also, please join us to an event entitled Keep Qatar Clean and Beautiful, Safeguard Our Waters for the Sake of Our Future, a beach cleanup drive in partnership with Doha Environmental Actions Project Qatar on August 19, 2022, 4 to 8 p.m. at Salwa Beach. And of course, don't forget to fill up the evaluation and attendance form, as this will be the basis for your e-certificate. Scan the QR code flash into your screen or click the link sent to the chat box earlier. This link can be accessed only until August 13, 2022, Saturday. So before we end, syempre hindi mawawala ang photo op, so may I request everyone po to please open your cameras so we could capture this remarkable event.
Hello po, good evening. So may I request everyone to please turn on their cameras and let's begin with our photo op. So sa ating mga attendees, sa mga previous webinars natin, you know the drill, minimum of 6 shots. Ayun po. So hopefully lahat po game. And naniniwala po ako si Doc Al at si Sir Rico very game dahil nakita ko na silang nag-opa heart nung mga nakaraang photo ops. So ayun po. Ano po muna, mag-warm up po muna tayo ha. Yung mga simpleng pa-smile po muna tayo. So mukhang okay na po tayo. Dalawang ano lang naman, slide. So smile lang po muna tayo. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayun. For the second page po, alam ko po mangangawit tayo, pero konting tiit po, tiis ganda. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan, thank you so much po. For the next pose po, may I request everyone to please do the one IECEP na ano po natin. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Ang ingay ng aso. Ayun. Isa pa po, sa second page po, one IECEP. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan, thank you so much po. Susunod po, para po sa mga K-pop fans naman po dyan, let's do the Oppa Heart. Sir Al, nakita na kitang nag-Oppa Heart. Sir Rico, nakita na kitang nag-Oppa Heart. Game na game talaga Sir Rico at Sir Al. Ayun po, okay po. 1, 2, 3. Opa heart po tayo. Smile. Okay po, para po sa second please keep that pose. Para po sa Opa heart. Nasa second page si Sir Rico. Sir Rico, yung finger heart. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Ayun po. Syempre, kung merong Opa heart, meron din tayong big heart, the hamburger heart. So, let's do that. Napakawat ng oras, sir. Okay. Kunwari kakain tayo ng hamburger, tapos i-twitch lang natin siya ng ganyan. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Dahil ako mag-i-screenshot kalahating puso lang. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay po, keep that pose para po dun sa mga nasa slide 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Yung mga ibang sweetie, nag-react na lang sila ng heart. Ayun po. At alam ko pong naiinip na din kayo at gusto na natin mag-proceed sa sabay-sabay po tayong lilipad para G. Ayun po. Let's do the butterfly. Let's fly high butterfly, guys. Pero dahil ako po ulit ang mag-screenshot, kalahating pakpak lang po muna ako. Okay? 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayun po, let's do the butterfly. Let's fly high butterfly. Slide 2. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan po, hanggang dyan po muna tayo. Baka po sa susunod na webinar po namin, hindi na po namin kayo mabudol. And thank you so much po sa ating mga PRC Board of ACEs for being game. Thank you, Sir Al and Sir Rico. Napa-heart na ako. For being game po sa ating photo ops. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Ma'am Michelle. Thank you everyone for your active participation. This webinar is organized by IECEP Qatar in collaboration with IECEP Tarlac. Also, special thanks to IECEP Zambales Student Chapter. Thanks for having me here and giving me an opportunity to moderate this IECEP event. And to formally end the program, I will now give the floor to Engineer Mark Joseph P. Corpus, the Secretary of IECEP Tarlac, for the closing remarks. Sir?
Hi, ma'am. Dinig po. Hello po. Dinig po, ma'am.
Yes po, it's audible.
Okay po. So, to our guests of honor and fellow professionals, a pleasant evening and afternoon to all. So, in behalf of the 2 chapters, I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who made this IECEP Qatar 5th Technical Webinar 2022 in collaboration with IECEP Tarlac be possible and successful. First and foremost, I would like to express our utmost appreciation to our resource speaker, one of the IECEP Qatar finest, Engineer Jason B. Kizo, for sharing his time and expertise to our attendees about tonight's topic, Quality Management ISO 9001-2015 version, practical applications to construction and maintenance projects. Thank you, Engineer Jason. After seeing the fruitful discussion, I am sure that our participants learned a lot about the proper and best style of management, not only to our organization, but also to our personal spaces. I would like to express my deep respect and gratitude to IECEP National 2022 President, Dr. Michelle D. Lawos, that despite of her hectic schedules, she is always here to support us. Let me also take this opportunity to commend IECEP Qatar and IECEP Tarlac officers and committee heads for their endeavors in the realization of this webinar. Last but definitely not the least, I would like to express my thanks to all participants for your positive participation tonight. Aristotle once said, quality is not an act, it is a habit. May we all give the best and quality work we have to our daily life duties. And let us not forget to practice the best of our best every day to provide the quality we always want. I hope what you have learned in this opportunity and encountered through this webinar will help you a lot in the future. With that, thank you. Good evening, Philippines, and good afternoon, Qatar.
Thank you so much, Engineer Corpus. And thank you, everyone. IECEP Qatar, IECEP Tarlac, to our research speaker And of course, to our attendees, thank you for taking the time to join us today. Once again, I am Ashley Lynn Aison, your moderator. We hope we have made your Friday virtual. Thank you and good night. See you all to the future events of IECEP.